Welcome to this complete masterclass on Revit modeling. In this full course, we are going to model this stunning 8-bedroom duplex from scratch. I will walk you through everything, from setting up levels and grids, to modeling complex walls, floors, and stairs, all the way to creating professional presentation sheets and site designs. Grab the template from the description and let's start modeling. I'm using Revit 2024, but most Revit are always the same. So whichever one you're using, I hope you can follow. The first thing we want to do is to open a new file. So we'll create new under models. Make sure you're creating a project, not a project template. Under the template, you should select one if you don't have. I'm going to click browse and search for a template I have in this, and then click OK. Now, this template, you can source it from my YouTube channel. I'll leave a link to this video. Under this video, you'll see the description, you see a link to the template where I was explaining user interface templates and Duplex. So you can download it from there. So once the template is loaded, like it does now, it loads the template with a cover page and all the things I've put in the template. I just want to check to make sure my levels are present, the DPC, ground floor, fine. So everything I need to work is present. The first thing I want to do is to define my levels, to know what kind of building I'm working on. So I'll go to the south elevation and then start redefining my levels. One of the things I always like to do is to have my DPC on level 0. So I will just show you how to do that very quickly. To do that, select one of these levels. This is for my template. Go to Edit, and then under Edit, change this elevation project base point to, okay, it's at project base point now. Let's see whether what I want to do would work. So I'll go to Manage, and under Manage, I'll go to Location. Under Location, I'll see Position, and I'll click on Relocate Project. Once I click on that, there will be a Move icon attached to my cursor. I'm just going to move this DPC down to 0 so that it becomes 0. Now I've done that, but it didn't change. So because it didn't change, I'm just going to select this level, click on Edit Type, and convert this particular level to a survey point level and click Apply. So once I do that, you'll notice that my DPC is 0. Now this is very important for your DPC to be 0. I'll tell you why. When you are doing your floor to floor calculation, if you take it from natural ground level, it's always difficult while working on site, because when you get your DPC, that's when you now start taking your headroom, your clear height, and interpreting this dimension from the natural ground level is always confusing on site. So this is better. I've done this, so let's adjust the levels. I can just click and drag this to move this up. DI is shortcut for dimension. I just typed it on my keyboard. And yes, in my template, it does give me a warning that elevations are not visible, dimensions are not visible. So let me just correct that very quickly. To do that, I'm going to, there are two ways to do that. I can click on this reveal button, select this dimension, and then on height category. So that's what literally happened. So the dimensions were hidden in category. So I've just unhid it. This icon here, it's different in some cases, but you know, this is it. And then after that, we can select and adjust. So I want to make my clear headroom 3.3, or let me say 3.6. But I'm going to attach the floor thickness to that. So I'll make everything 3.8, because when I click my floor, it's going to drop beneath this level. And then on the first floor, I might want to leave the headroom at 3.3. So I'm just going to, so what I'll do is, there are two ways to do this. I can just dimension and adjust the dimension, or I can add 3.3 to 3.8, which will give me 7.1. So I can just come here, double click there and convert it to 7.1 meters. 7,100, which is the same thing here. So I've adjusted my levels. I've created the basic levels I need. The natural ground floor level, the DPC, and the ceiling. This one now I can rename it. To rename, I'll just need to double click here and I'll call this first floor. They will ask me, will I want to rename corresponding views? I will say yes. If I don't want this question ever again, I can say, don't show me this message again. Of course, I don't want it. So I'll click yes. And then this is level 3, which is the roof level. I'm going to just leave that one like that. This is, I can convert this now, let's say 1 to ground floor. And then this is the natural ground level. I can adjust the size to whatever fits I want to use. So for now, I can leave it at -600. And this is a good way to work, because come to think of it, if tomorrow you need to adjust this level, you don't need to start adjusting everything here. You just come here and go down, and that works fine. So I've created my levels. And as we go on, if I need to add more levels, I'll do that. I'll come here and go to under the floor plans, double click to go to my natural ground floor. And since I'm here, I'm going to begin by creating grids. Now, grids are very important. The reason is simple. Even when you go to a site, want to start construction, you have to use grids first to set out. So let's use our grids. To create grids under architecture, you go to grid, there's it here. You click on it. From my template, I already have some grids there, so just leave the first one. I just want to do a test run of it to see how it looks. Okay, this is what I have on my template. For this view, the grids have already been faded, but I wouldn't want that to be the case. So when I put the grids, I will know how to correct it. So I'll click on grids and then click this first one. I'll select it. I'll just right click, override graphics in view. That there are 2 ways to do this, but the first way to just do it is I'll select right click, override graphics in view by category. And you can see it is on halftone here. So I'll just check this, or I would do something like this. So this is okay. I'm okay with it like this. I've created the first grid. It's showing me number 6. That's not a problem. I'll just change this to number 1. And then I'll start positioning my grid according to my sketch. It's always good to work within these 4 points because these are your 4 elevation views. So I'm just going to keep this here as my building. I'll copy the grid, select it, click on the copy tool under modify. And then my second grid is, I also make sure multiple is checked. There's it here. My second grid is at 7.4 meters. So I'll just say 7,400. I'm using metric systems. My next grid is at 4.4 meters. So I'm going to say 4.4 meters. Now my next grid is at 1.7 meters. My next grid again, the final grid is at 4.4 meters. So if you have a sketch architecturally, this is just an advice to students and everybody watching. If you have a sketch, it's always important to have grids. Start your sketch, architecturally speaking. So the shortcut for grid is GR. I just typed it. And then I'll start with my horizontal grids. So you notice my grids are numbered automatically. And so the first horizontal grid I will place will continue with that numbering if I don't stop it. So 5, 6, but I want these ones to be alphabets. So I'll change this to A. And then I will start off by arranging my other grids. So I'll do the same thing, selected, I'll copy, make sure multiple is checked, and then I'll start. So my next grid here is 4.2 meters. So I can also type 4.2 meters with an M, and it's going to give me 4,200 millimeters. If you are in metric. So I'll repeat that again, 4,200. And again, 4,200. And the last one is 5.6 meters. So I've created my grids, and this makes drawing my floor plan easier. I can select all of them and move it around, depending on how and where I want to position them. So I'll go ahead to start drawing my walls. Don't forget, I'm working at the lowest floor plan I can fathom. To draw your walls under architecture, you click on wall. Once you click on wall, it leads you to the modify wall panel. Also, if you click on wall and arrow, there are different types of wall. So still architectural wall I want. Once that comes under properties, your properties might be, this tab might be on your left hand side, on your right hand side, it doesn't matter. It might be underneath your project browser, it doesn't matter. But if you are using my template, it's going to be set up like this. So I'll select the kind of wall I want. My template I have 150 mm wall already, 225 mm wall, and 300 mm wall. That's the basic walls I have. For this project, I want to actually go for just 200 mm wall. So I'll have to select a wall and edit. So I'll select the 225 mm white wall, click on edit type, just beside it. Duplicate it so that I don't lose my 225 mm white wall. And then I'll convert this to, in fact, I changed my mind. I want to make it 230 mm wall. So I'll convert this to 230 mm wall. Click on edit, and then convert this to 230 mm wall on that thickness here. Once that is done, you click on OK, come back, click on OK. Now you have your 230 mm wall. Before we continue, I want to share with you some user interface adjustment and upgrades in Revit 2024. I don't know if it's in 23. You click on File, click on Options, and you will go to User Interface, Colors. You can change your active theme to either use System Settings or Dark or Light, something like that. So I'll leave it at Dark. You can see what that will do. You can also set some colors here, such as the background of your color scheme, like this place here. I can make it, let's say, a little bit gray. Click OK, click OK, and you can see what happens. My ribbon area is dark, and this area is not as white as before. So this is good because it helps in contrast and it helps you to see more. So I'm just going to work with this. So I'll click on wall. I've set the height of the wall to first floor. You can set it here either using height, or you can set it here either using top constraint. They are exactly the same thing. And then location line, I'll place the wall center line. I think I've gone through this. And we'll begin to the sketch. So I'm designing a 8-bedroom duplex, an 8-bedroom duplex. And I'm just going to go around with the walls carefully so that I don't overplace them where I'm not supposed to place them. All my walls are continuous, and everything goes on well. So I'll just keep placing them according to how I've sketched them. I have a stair around here, so I'm just going to continue. I'm trying to sketch out the walls that are aligned to my grids, and I'm not bothering with the measurement because from my sketch I already know how the measurement is. So, and The good thing about this is that once you pay attention to your sketch, once you pay attention to your sketch a lot, you won't have challenge drawing the floor plan. Where people have confusion drawing their floor plans is when they've not annotated their sketch properly. So once you do that, most times you won't have any challenge drawing your floor plan. You may just have little adjustments to make, but in the grand scheme of things, you would not have much to make. So this is how I've just gone around positioning my ground floor. I have my staircase area here, and I have some walls I've not finished positioning. I'll just go ahead to do that. The staircase will be here. I'm thinking of having it as a cantilever a little bit out. I don't know how much for now, but I'm just going to, let's say, leave it out for, let's say, 900 mm. It may or may not be feasible. I'm going to have to conclude on that later on. So normally when you're building, you can see my walls. Sorry, I'm in the elevation. I double click to go to the elevation. I'll select this level. I'll click this while that line is showing and drag this level out. I also do that here. I'll click this. I don't like this light blue whenever I select. So I'll go to File. I'll go to Options. I'll go to User Interface, Colors. I think this is the selection. I'm going to leave it. I think normally it's those are blue thereabouts when I select. So I'll select it and then I'll click to drag. When I'm dragging it, clicking and dragging it, I'll be watchful when it gets to this other point where it attaches to this level. I'll leave it. So this is my building. Between the natural ground floor and the ground floor is what we call the foundation walls. So if you want to model right, if you are doing the right kind of modeling, you would have to select all these walls, which I'm doing now from one of my elevations, and stop my foundation walls on my ground floor because these are foundation walls. So what I can do, because it's the same walls that I'm protruding up to the between the ground and the first floor in my case, I can go to this clipboard under Modify Walls. You can see it here. Click on it. Also on the ground floor, I'll go to Modify, go to this paste icon and say Paste Aligned to Selected Levels. And I'm going to choose ground floor and click on OK. These walls are on the ground floor, but they are very short walls because you can see the top constraints. So I'll just select, while all of them are selected, change it to first floor. And so if I click on my 3D icon, so you can see I have my foundation walls separate from my walls between the ground and first floor. So after creating the walls, the next now to do is to create the floor on the ground floor. So the next thing to do will be to create the floor. Let's go ahead and do that. To create your floor, while on the level you want to create the floor on the ground floor, I'll go to Architecture. I'll click on floor. There are different types of floor. I'm creating an architectural floor because I'm an architect and I'm modeling the building. There are different types of floor in the template we're using. We're just going to use the 150 mm floor. And this is all we need for now. Then under draw, there are different ways to draw. We use boundary lines and then click on line so we can trace it. The right way to draw your floor slab is to draw it on the external wall of the building. Why? Because that is where the floor normally is while constructing. A lot of people that do model in Revit don't like this, and I will show you why they don't like it in a minute. So I'm going to just keep doing this. Revit has this endpoint snap that once you're at an endpoint, it allows you to snap. So make sure your sketch is one continuous loop of line that goes round and ends where it's supposed to end. And this is what I've just done. Then I'll click finish. It will ask me if it should attach the wall to the bottom of attach the floor to the bottom of the wall or to the top or bottom of the wall, which is correct. So I'll click on attach. Sorry, I did a small wall here before I'll delete it. So if you go to the 3D, this is the main reason most modelers don't like this, because you see this line on the wall, it's a different material, it's attached to this, and it's not good for rendering when you are doing stuff. Too many lines at your elevation. It's not even good for graphics. I'll try and see if we can solve this. The first thing we want to do is to see if we can apply the same material to this floor as to this wall. Let's join the materials first in trying to eradicate this line. So I'll select this wall, examine it, go to edit type, under construction structure, click on this edit button. And I'll click this to drag. The wall here is OP white wall. You can select and copy, Ctrl C. Click on OK. I'll select this wall, floor, click on edit type, and I'll just click on edit. Now there is no material applied here. It was under material, you can see structure, it's just category. Once you click once, you can do Ctrl V to paste that. You don't even need to go anywhere. Click OK. So now we have the same wall. Material on both the wall and the floor. Let's try the next thing. This thing work is to join. So under modify, go to join geometry, click on it, click this and click this. Okay, this works. Now click this and click the floor again, and this works. Now this is a tedious way to work, but in terms of it being the right way to work, yes, it is the right way to work. Sorry, cancel. So that means you have to do this for this. Now, are there simpler ways to do this? Yes. So let me try the simpler ways. So I'll click on tab, join. I'll select this wall, click on tab and see if it's possible. Is it? No, it's not. It's not allowing me to tab all the walls. Anyway, I will have to find easier way to do this. Okay, I'll just click OK. Join and join. So this is tedious, I won't lie, but this is actually how construction is being done. It's a tedious job, and if you are going to model rightly, then you have to do it properly. So I'll select this floor. Sorry, I selected two walls. That was why it's giving me this error. So I'll just click on unjoin. What I wanted to select is the wall and a floor. So it's clean right now without any lines. It's hard work, but it's the right way to model if you are to model the way construction is being done. So you can see what's happening here. This floor didn't cause, but this happened. So what I can do here is to unjoin geometry in this case. So I can select this floor. Sorry, it's to detach geometry. So I can select this wall, click detach top or base, and select this. So in this special case, I can select this wall, click detach top or base, select this wall. So I don't need this two to be attached in this case. I hope it hasn't spoiled. Oh my goodness. It has just destroyed all the other works I've been joining for. So this is not even a good way to proceed, but it's a pretty harsh way to go, but you can see the challenges we're facing. There are many other ways you can run off these lines out other than joining, like using the invisible line. But wow, let me try that again. Join geometry. Sorry. Can I do this as a group? Join. Oh no. So okay, there is multiple join. So if I select this floor, if I click on join, click on multiple join, select this floor, I can quickly tap all the floor I want to join. Okay, this is way better. This is way better. I just saw this right away. So most times we just need this on the external walls because they are going to affect our elevation. So I've done that. I can do that for the top walls also, mostly external walls. So multiple join is also a good way to go with this. Since it allows you to click a lot of walls at the same time without necessarily having to click the floor each time. So I've done that, and I'll click escape, and you can see very neat wall finish out there. Although I've created my floor and the floor is at the extreme, but it doesn't mess up my elevation. As for these two, if I don't want this line, like I said, this is very easy. You just, okay, the multiple join is still active. So I'll press cancel, turn it off, and okay, join since they are walls. So I've created my floor the right way, the actual proper way to create floors. It's not protruding outside and everything is looking very good to go. So I'll go back to my ground floor plan and then work on, let me see if I edit this floor, if all the progress I've made will go off. So I'll double click. I have this length to be about 5 meters. I just want to confirm the dimensions, and this to be about 3.9 meters. So let me say I want to expand this floor here by, let's see, 1.2 meters, which I've just done. I'll click OK. It asks me this question again. And answer should be yes, because I've already done that before. Okay. I don't know what will happen. Okay. Luckily for me, everything is good. It didn't destroy, even though when I edited the floor. Of course, these two floors had issues. So I think it was asking me about this particular 2 floors, and I also clicked OK again. And I remembered I unjoined the geometry before. So sorry, that's unjoin. Oh, not unjoin, detach. So there are 2 ways to go about this. You can actually just align these walls and create new walls here and have some pace so that this error doesn't keep on coming. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to split this wall. So I'll click on the split element icon and just zoom in, split the wall. It will ask me detach targets. I'll like yes. And the same thing here, I'll just split this wall, detach targets like yes. So what it means is I have 2 smaller walls around here, and yes, this is good to go. You got to be kidding me. Let me undo. Okay. I'm just testing my luck with this tool. This is okay. It didn't spoil. The last time I tried this, it spoiled. Let me just move the walls back. Select align face. Align these 2 walls down here. This is okay. I'll go to natural ground floor. CS to create similar while the wall is selected. Confirm the height is at the ground floor. And I'm just going to draw this and draw this again. So select the 2 walls. They are intersecting wrongly because the offset, I had an offset of 600. So I'm just going to put it as 0 and click enter. So the swaps are this way. So this is very important. This is a challenge actually in Revit modeling because a lot of Revit users, due to the fact that they hate this, they will have to now put the floor inside, and if you are going to do actual beam, that will give you wrong calculations for something like the floor area and something like the wall area, all those things will be done poorly. So this is white. Go to the ground floor. I'm just creating the floors underneath, the walls underneath the floors at this point. So the natural ground floor plan. I don't need any top offset. I'll leave it as 0. I just need to run my walls here. I also need to run my walls here. And I need to run this wall here. Now I need to align this wall. So I'll use the align to visit here. Under modify, click on align. Select the destination where you want it to align to and then select this. And then I can also align this one too by selecting this and just clicking this instead of trimming since the align to is active. So this is what I've done here. And I'll repeat the wall joining process again. Attach, select the floor. Now, one of the key reasons why this multiple join is working is because, and the lines are disappearing, is because I applied the same material to the floor and wall. So that is very important for this to work, without which it won't work. And once you are doing this, you should be doing it with care because there can easily be one or two issues. So you can see small lines here popping out. Maybe I didn't attach this particular wall to the floor. I don't know if I did, but I have some slight issues at this corner, which I wouldn't know how to fix. So there are other ways to fix it anyway, but fine, we've created our floors and we can go ahead to create steps. There are two ways to create steps. You can create steps using floors. You can also create steps using actual steps. And you can also create steps by modeling in place. These are steps, not like the whole stair. So there are different ways to do that. Let's start with creating stairs using automated means here. So I'll go to natural ground floor. Under architecture, I'll click on stair. Once you do that, it takes you to the modify stair area. First thing you want to do is to select the kind of stairs. I always prefer the monolithic stairs. Less stressful. The next thing you want to do is to have some settings. How many stairs do you want? 4. Fine. Actual riser height is 150. Thread depth, I'm going to set it to 300, which is okay. I have everything I need. The thread will start from 1, and then it's at 1 already. It's a straight stair, so I can click this. It's already active. And then I'll click this. Now, once you click this, you notice I didn't bother setting the height because there is controls that come with this that you can just easily drag if it's a monolithic stair, and you can drag it up. I didn't drag this point, I just drag this line. So if I go to 3D view, you can see I've created my steps quite well and nice. And these are actual Revit stairs, and every calculation done to stairs in Revit will apply to it. So I can do this, and I can actually click finish or copy it, but I prefer to click finish. Then select it, copy here. If you click this arrow, it flips the stair, and then if I double click on it, it goes to the edit mode where I can adjust the length and depth of the stairs. And there is also an idea of a railing that appears automatically on the stair while you walk on the stair. So if I click finish, let me see, it comes with a railing. There is a setting for the railing already. I bet you see I have glazed railing on the stairs. Maybe I'm missing it. Let me see. Okay, this is the railing here for the stairs. It's checked out. I don't know why. I would have to find out why. Let me see if I can. Okay. Checking the properties. Okay, I'll have to find out why that is checked out. But you can still select the railing if you don't want. Definitely, I don't want glass. Maybe prefer 900 mm pipe like this. This is also wonderful. You can also edit the railing by yourself. Like I've double clicked to edit because I would prefer this railing to extend into this landing, although I didn't create the landing and the stairs. So this is okay. I'll click fine. So you see it's flat. The same thing here. I'll just So notice I didn't drag. That's the key thing there. Don't drag, just add a new line. So the first line is landed, the second one is this. This is around my kitchen area, I guess, my kitchen recess. So I'm still developing my sketch. I've created wall, floor, stairs into the building. I would carry on with some more things. So the next thing I want to go into is to join in and detailing the toilet walls and all these other smaller walls here and there. So let me start with the kitchen. In the kitchen, I have okay, so we'll be continuing with placing walls, smaller walls within the space. So I want to start with the wall around here, which will be a store. I have changed my mind a little bit about this. So I want to raise this to this point where the floor stops. And I would also want to reduce this wall a little bit here. I'm going to select this wall, type CS. It's reminding me to save. I've not saved this project, which is important. So I'll click save. I'll save this as a training file. Here's actually a real life project, but I'm using it to make this video. So once it's saved, I'll go ahead to run this wall. Now, I just realized I'm on my natural ground floor. This wall I'm trying to run should be on my ground floor. So I'll go back. I hope the wall I extended, yes, it's my ground floor wall. So I'll type CS and I'll just do this. This particular wall here, I want it to be a 150 mm wall. So before I type it, before I create it, I'll go here, look for a 150 mm white wall. I'll bring it down. I'm trying to create a store for the kitchen. So this is what it will be. This will be the back terrace. So I can move this down here by just double clicking, editing this, select and drag, and click OK. Now the disadvantage is that it has left my handrail behind, and I might need to just bring it down here. I might need to edit this handrail depending on how I deem fit. I use the align tool to cure my need for, okay, this doesn't work. So I might have to edit this or something, or just take it out entirely. So, well, I might delete this aspect of it. So I'm just adding newer walls to my floor plan from the ground floor. You know, some of the toilet walls, you don't need to dig foundation for them. So, and they are 150 mm walls. So under architecture, I'll go to walls, make sure it's at 150 mm. Have one on this section, this 27 by 15. That's a fair amount of wall. The door into the space can be here. And on this section, I might just continue this hard wall, 225 wall. There's a toilet here. And for this particular room, I'll do CS. I'll select this wall, CS, and have this on this section. So I might still reduce this small, or make this to 6. So I'm trying to just get my room spaces with my toilet spaces well defined. These are 3 rooms on the ground floor with 3 toilets. This is the kitchen with the store. This is a chapel. This is like the anteroom that is open to the outdoor area. And it will also allow air into these indoor areas also. There's the living room, dining. Yeah, the kitchen is a little bit far from it, but these are people servicing this is like a priest residence, so without it, it's not that much. This is staircase, and the staircase is recessed within the living area. That's the only way you can access to go upstairs because it's a secluded environment. My only worry right now is that I do not have a visitor's toilet. I'm thinking to myself whether I can tuck in something underneath the stairs. So let me try and work that out by creating the actual stairs between the ground floor plan and the first floor plan. So let's give that a try. I'm on the ground floor. I will go through the process of creating stairs again. Click on the stairs. I enjoy my monolithic stairs for now. Between the ground and first floor, I want to have some settings. I can increase the desired number of the riser so I can reduce the actual riser height. So I will make this 24 and see what I can get out. 158 mm. 158 mm per riser is still okay, it's fair. Thread depth, I always like to keep it at 300 mm. So this is okay. Let me check the dimension space. I can just click and drag, don't worry. This is 2 meters 70. So my stair is just 1 meter, 1 meter, but I'll prefer it to 2 meters. So I might 1.2, 1.2. So I might still leave the actual width at 1.2. That's better for me. So I'll have a long riser here, then I have a shorter one here in the quest to try to, let me see, can I have 15 risers here and have 9 risers in the opposite direction. So for me to do this, let me redo this again. It's on run, it's on straight. This is automated stair creation in Revit. You click once, position it where you want, you drag. The risers number will appear as you are moving your cursor. There's 15, and then I'm bringing it down this way from that same point. I just clicked once, and then this is 9. And it will create 24 risers for me. I can select it all together, maybe click move, and try to position it where I can. When you select the landing can tell you the relative height of the landing from the level it is. So the landing is at 2,375. This is a good height, even if it's at 2,1 underneath this point. For me to maybe, tuck in a wall here to create an access into a small visitor's toilet that maybe people that come to this section will use without necessarily trying to mess up the whole thing. So is it the best? Probably not, but it will serve. So this is okay. I've created the stairs. I'll click. Now the railing is active. So the first time you create the stairs, you have opportunity to adjust the railing. So the railing, you can adjust the position. You can also change it. So maybe I need 900 mm pipe. I'll set it, position it on threads. Fine. You click on OK, and it's going to create 2 railings. I don't know why it always does that. One internal one and one external one. Maybe there is a place to reset it. I'll look for it. So I'll click OK. So it has 2 railings. Most times I don't need this external one, so I'm just going to delete it. I need to select this wall, click and drag over the wall, and then just click and drag again to move it to this point. Now I have to edit the stairs. This came out a little bit. You can double click on it, and I can still double click this too and just move. Can click the move button. I hope this doesn't bring out an error. Okay, fine. What it does do actually is it does reduce the default landing, but the landing of 1.1 is okay, very much okay for me. So I think this is quite what I'm hoping to do. I'm okay with what I've created thus far. My challenge anyway is this is also not a good thing design-wise. The staircase is directly at the foot of the corridor. It's always good if you have 1 or 2 steps behind, going to the back before you achieve that. So unfortunately for me, I might just have to make do with this right now and then click on finish stairs. So, let's look at what we've created. You can select this and click this selection box under view, and it will create a section box around it. It's kind of thin line. If I move this a little bit, you can see exactly what we've created. And see on this other section, I'm trying to maybe create a smaller wall and impute a toilet there. So let's see if that's possible. So I'm on the ground floor. WA is the shortcut for wall. I'm going to try to drag a wall somewhere around here to this point, and possibly drag this one somewhere here to this point. So what I just wanted to do is to try and, tuck in a wall here. So a toilet here. Is that the best I can do? Probably not. So my section box is on, and let me select this and edit it. So to edit a wall in Revit, you can select it and click on Edit Profile, or just double click on it, whichever one. The profile of the wall, the 4 edges of that wall will come out. You can use this draw line, pick, like I'm going to pick underneath the staircase. I'm going to pick here also to, draw the new boundaries of the wall that you want to create. So this is the new boundaries of the wall I want to create. I'll use the trim now to trim it into one continuous shape, closed shape. So that's what I'm just doing right now. So you can see what I've created. If I click finish, you can see the wall is underneath the stairs. I hope. Yes, the wall is underneath the stairs. It's just that it's slightly thicker than it. So I might want to align that. Click on Align Tool, select this face and this face to align. So what I'm just trying to do here is to have, there is this slight disjoint. I can see that. Align, I want to align this face of the wall to this. I can lock it. Let me make sure that it doesn't leave that position. Fine. So what I've just tried to do with my section box on is to access the toilet underneath the stairs. If I select section box and move it in a little bit, so this is possibly the area of the staircase I'm trying to get. If I take a vertical measurement here, it's 2 meters, which is okay. If I put a WC here, around here is already very high, which is fair. So this is not the best design, but nevertheless, we can go ahead with this. This wall will definitely not be this tall. It will need to stop somewhere underneath the staircase. All these other walls will have to stop underneath the staircase. So what that means is I didn't set the height of these walls, and that's true. Okay, I did, all the floors in the first floor are 600 mm above the first floor. I'm just noticing that now, the offset. So I can go to I can uncheck this by just selecting this section, by just coming to this view and unchecking this section box here under extent. So going to the south elevation, I just noticed that all my walls are above by 600. I know why. So I'll select take a selection box over the whole thing, do check none, select those walls, and then remove this offset, change it to 0 on them. So that's what we have now. So I've created some walls under the staircase. You can see how well they fit there. And then I've created sort of like an access there. So I've created smaller walls all around. The next thing I want to do will be to add doors to my project. To add doors to the project, you click on door, you select the door type. I have quite a few types of door, 1.5, 1.2, 1.2 doors. So I'm going to start with, let's start with the 1.2 meter door. So I like this 1.2 meter door to be the first door into the chapel. And then I'll prefer the 1.2 meter double door to be sort of like the main door into the living room area. We have other doors, mostly 900 doors into the bedroom. So I'll just select it here and then start applying those doors. So this is the first door into this bedroom. This is the other door. I might move this door off to somewhere here. Main reason being that there will be some doors opening here, and this is the door into this specific bedroom. There will be a 1.2 meter door, I guess, into the kitchen because the kitchen is a big space. But I will just leave a 900 door into the store area. And this is an escape door, so it should open outside from the kitchen. I like to use 900 doors almost everywhere, so I'm going to leave this here. For this section, I just want to create an opening, sort of like an archway, but with a flat beam. You can do that with wall opening, under wall opening. You can select this. So this creates a rectangular opening for walls. I'm going to select the wall, and I'm just going to draw, I think I've selected the wall, okay, and I'm going to draw an opening here. So this opening is, I can set the height to 900 and in the properties, I can set the base and unconnected height and stuff like that. Most times you just do the top offset. So in this case, I might want to make it minus 1.3 so that I'll look at the unconnected height to be 2.5. So I want the unconnected height to be 2.4, so I can still bring it down minus 1.4 and it will adjust the unconnected height to 2.4. So we have an opening here that will lead you into the toilet door for sake of privacy, since this is close to the dining area. I hope my design doesn't get very terrible, but nevertheless, this is one way to go about it. I have another option to solve this. Maybe move this door a little bit up, put this door here, bring this here, and then we'll access it outside of the kitchen, outside of the dining, which I think in my case seems to make a lot of sense. So let me try that. So I'm going to put the wall opening somewhere here. This is where I want to put the wall opening. So to do that again, let's go through it one more time. I'll click on wall, select this, and then run the opening. So let me do that one more time. You click on wall under opening, select the wall, click on the wall first, then you now click and drag to create an opening under it. I'll use to modify, select the align tool, and I'll use that to just align the opening to the edge. Sorry, I think multiple align is on. Okay, there's it here, so I won't check it. If you are not using this latest Revit, it might be somewhere here. So you select it, and like I said, you can adjust the height. Let's say minus 1.4. Sorry, trying to change this. So what I'm changing is the top offset, because you can't change the height. You can only change the base offset and the top offset. So I've been able to create the ground floor plan. It's looking okay. I have a thought in my mind within this section, because there are 8 people making use of this section. I'm leaving this section mainly for circulation between the kitchen down to the dining, and then access into the chapel, because the chapel is a main point of call. So this is 2.1 meter. It's quite big. I can make it, let's say, 1.8 meter, so that we don't have any conflict between moving into the chapel and the dining. But that's the main reason it's that large as 2.1 meter, because I don't want the residents of this house, everybody will always come into the chapel somewhere from here. So, and then the cleaners and all those people will also access it from this point. So, is this too big? Sort of, but is it bad? No. So, even if I make it 1.8, that's okay. But I think 2.1 is actually large for a residential building. So, what it does is it gives this toilet bigger space. There is this big duct here, which I might necessarily not need, because if I eat it into this toilet, if I add it to this toilet space, it becomes a very useful space actually, and that's what I'm just going to do. So I'm designing this building while modeling it, and that's how it goes with sketching and modeling. You'll keep adjusting ideas even while you are working on it. So I have a wall suspended here, so definitely I will have to put a wall between that point and the ground floor. So this is it. I'll type wall. I think it's a 230 wall I need to use, and then I'll just draw it between. Make sure it's just between the natural ground level and ground floor, and make sure it doesn't have any offset, and then we can place it this way. So a reminder of how to eradicate these lines: you click on join, select the floor, select the wall, and then make sure it's multiple joins, so you can select another floor. Okay, the other floor is already done. So this is how to eradicate lines of wall joints, as long as they have the same material as the catchphrase there. So I just typed the SD button to view my floor plan correctly. You can see that here under shaded. If I put consistent colors, it's also that way. So I'm going to create toilet doors. I'm still going to use 900 doors. So architecture, click on doors, and I'm going to set it to 900 doors. I'm going to recess this a little bit more. The reason is because, a lot of buildings now, they need space for storage. A building like this might need space for indoor storage. I want to align these walls. Might need space for indoor storage, one, or it might also need spaces for, let's say, those battery packs for solar inverter and the rest. I might just put a box room there. So it might serve as either one or the other. So, and then let me add the doors. I'll select an existing door, type CS, and then I'll begin to add my doors to it. Is this good? Circulation in the bedroom? No, I don't think so. It's not. It's too diagonal, but no design is perfect. I will continue modeling of the first floor in the next video. I want to try as much as I can to keep these videos under 1 hour. So thanks for watching. Like, share, subscribe, and we'll continue in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So we are continuing our tutorials, and we'll continue with the modeling. So I've modeled the ground floor, and I'm going to proceed to the first floor. To start the first floor, I'm going to double click to go to the first floor. It's reminding me to save. I'll click save. Now, for me to start working on the first floor, I need an underlay of the ground floor to see where the ground floor is. To do that in Revit, what you do is you go to underlay. Make sure nothing is selected. Go to underlay and set it to ground floor so that you can see the outline of the floor below. So ground floor, you see the top range is first floor, and the orientation is to look down because we're up, so we are looking down. You can actually see an underlay of the floor above you and of the floor beneath you in Revit. So after I've done this, the next thing I'll do will be to create my floor. I've made a sketch of how the first floor will be. So I'm trying to model as if I'm building. So the first floor, I'll go to architecture, go to floor, select architectural floor. Under properties, make sure I'm selecting the type of floor, 150 mm floor. I want to use 200 mm floor here, so I'll click on edit, duplicate this existing floor. I'll just change this to 200 mm here, the 150 mm. So I'm renaming it to a 200 mm floor. Then under construction, go to structure, click on edit, change this thickness to 200 mm. It's important to always duplicate before changing it. I'll click on OK, and then I'll come back in. So I'll make sure the floor is at 200 level. There is no offset from the height. There are many ways to draw a floor, but I'm going to use the peak line because I have some cantilevers on this floor. So I'll click on this peak line, and then I'll go ahead to draw the floor on the first floor. So I'll start from this point. For my sketch, I have a cantilever here of 900 mm, and I'll take it to this point. I'll also continue my floor at this edge. Now this is a staircase area, so realistically speaking, there is no floor here. So I'm just going to stop it here. So whenever you model, and you model the right way, you always take note of all these things. So I'll move my floor this way. And this is the edge of the staircase. I don't want any overview, so I'm just going to move my floor this way. I'm going to end it directly at the edge of the staircase. So, and then I will continue down this path. So if I'm casting the floor, this is how it's going to be. I don't have any cantilever on this section. So I intend to have a void over this section on the first floor, but I also intend to have like a 1.5, 1.8 meter offset here. So I'm just going to draw this line, delete this one, and then continue the wall here, the floor. The most important thing here is that you are modeling as if you are building. So that's why I'm following the order of creating a floor the first time I get to my first floor level, because that's the first thing you do. You cast your floor slab. So I also have a cantilever around here, so I'm just going to extend this by 900. You see, the good thing about Revit is I clicked on a line and I started, and there's already a temporary dimension following it. I'm not dragging, I just clicked. And if I move it around, you see that angles following it. So I just did this. It's going to get to 900. I can stop it there and bring it down. So this is one good thing about Revit sketching, is that it's really intuitive. It's really, really intuitive. So I've been able to do all this, sketch my floor properly, and making sure I go over the staircase area. Once that is done, you click finish. It will always ask you if you are to attach the walls to the base of the floor, and I will click on attach because that's what happens. It will inform me that these ones did not attach, and understandably so, because there is no floor around it. So I will click on detach targets. That's for these two areas. If I click on the 3D icon button here to go to the 3D, so you'll see the differences between one that is attached and one that is not. I made an adjustment here to the size of this, so I want to correct this. I'll click on the align tool, select this face as the destination, and select this wall, and it's going to be aligned. So I wanted to explain to you floors that attach, walls that attach to floor and beneath the floor, like you can see this now. This is how construction works. When your wall gets to the first floor, it stops, and then we have a floor slab on the wall, then the first floor wall continues. So this particular wall does not attach to the floor, and the reason is simple. It's because there is no floor here to attach to. I'm going to have to split this wall on the ground floor to allow this one not to be attached. So I'll go to the ground floor with the wall selected. I'll select the split element icon. The shortcut is SL. This is it here. And then I'll come to the edge, the outer edge. There is some kind of snap tool there close to it, whichever side you put. But just once you snap it, you can now come here, select this wall, click detach, and select this floor, and this occurs. If you want to be very precise, about the joinery, we can just drag this one out a little bit, have these two join perfectly, and then use the align tool to align this to this face. So something of this nature, so that when you go back, you can see a perfect and neat join this way. So I've created the floor, and the next thing I'm going to do is I also have to do the same thing I did here for this one. So, but I'm just going to leave them and continue. When I'm done with my elevation, I'll continue with that. So I'm on the first floor. I'm having to design an 8-bedroom duplex. I have 3 bedrooms on the ground floor. If you zoom in here, you can see 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. So I'm trying to recreate these 3 bedrooms I have on the ground floor again on the first floor. And let's do that. I can decide to click on the wall and start sketching over it, or I can decide to copy the walls on the ground floor and move it up to the first floor. Since I've showed you how to sketch wall, let's do copied walls. So I'll go to the ground floor, select all these walls. I'm on the ground floor, remember. Use the filter button here, click on filter, and I'll select check none. I just want to copy only walls. So I'll select walls. In some cases, I might also want to copy doors because some of the doors are important to me. So I'll select doors. That's all. I'll click OK. I'll go to the clipboard. Under clipboard, okay, just beside the clipboard button, you see this copy to clipboard. So I'll click on it. It's also Ctrl C if you don't want to use the clipboard. Then I'll go to the first floor, make sure it's not selected. And then I'll go to the clipboard, under paste, click the down arrow and say paste aligned to current view. So I'm on first floor and it's going to paste it on first floor. Once that is done, just to be careful, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to use the filter, just uncheck the doors first, while only the walls. I want to check if the base constraint and the top constraints are exactly where I want them. So if you come here under constraints, the base constraint is first floor, good. The top constraint is the roof level, good. The top offset is 500, wrong. So I want to set this to 0. So I'll select that digit and type 0 and press enter. And you can see it's at 0 now. So I know exactly where my wall height is. And then I can click OK. I know that the door is exactly on the ground level floor. I can go ahead to delete some of the things I don't need that I've copied to the first floor. I don't need this wall. I don't need this wall. I don't need this wall. I'm going to leave this wall to find out very soon. So you can see there are walls beneath the staircase faded on the ground floor, and there are walls now on the first floor that are copied. I'll go ahead to start working. I've been thinking about these rooms and how to furnish them, so I might want to make some changes here. And if the changes come out right, it might affect what's happening on the ground floor. So I want to extend this wall. I'll delete this. To extend the wall, you click on the wall to select, then click the edge and drag it to where you want to extend it to, and it just extends. So I want to replace this door here. I'll select the door, click on pick new host. Instead of deleting and selecting the door, place it on the wall, then use the space bar button to flip the door while moving my cursor just slightly up and down. So I want this here. And I just select this wall. Instead of trimming, you can trim to do this. I just select the edge, click and drag. Reduces the number of tools or commands you want to use. I want to move this door here, click and drag to move the wall door just very quickly. So what I've been thinking is this 25 by 13. I can make this, let me check this distance also. I want to check this dimension here. So I'll click on measure under modify. Click on measure, that's align dimension active. This 4 meters, and this is 1.3. I feel like a 1.3 meter is a little bit small. I'll select this wall. Temporal dimensions will appear. When they appear, I can click once on it to edit it. I'll change this to, let's say, 1.5. Let me see. And I want to check the size of this again. 3.8 by 4.17. That's a fair size for a room. So I want to move this wardrobe, this door a little bit further and have a wardrobe around here, which is 1.5 meters long. Okay, I'm still trying to figure out the best position for my wardrobe. If I have more space here, I might be considering here. This is 1.6 meters. Okay. I might just do this. I'll cantilever here by 600. So this 2.5. Like I said, whenever you click on a wall, a temporary dimension appears. So I'll click on this and change it to 3.1. So I just cantilever the first floor a little bit to the back. So this will give me enough space. I don't want to cantilever the whole walls. This will require me to edit my floor slab. So definitely. But for now, I don't want to cantilever the whole wall. I'll select this wall, type CS on the keyboard, which means to create similar, and draw a new wall here. And then I want to take off this wall. I'll use the split shortcut, which is SL on my keyboard. This split icon will appear. I will select this to demarcate the two walls. I'll type TR on my keyboard, which is to trim, and click these two walls and these two walls. So I've done this, and I'll go ahead to edit the floor. I'll double click to edit the floor that has been created already. I'll use the sketch line to now adjust this to the edge of the floor. Sorry, I was sketching it on the inside instead of on the outside, like this. Like this. Then I'll go this way and this way. Okay, no, I think it needs to go straight. It doesn't make sense stopping here. So I'll use the trim icon, TR on my keyboard, to trim these lines to make sure they are one continuous line. It's giving me a warning that lines overlap. So I think there are two lines overlapping here. That's why this is showing this way. I'll select this and delete. Then I'll just select over this line, not the whole thing, to see if I can get where the lines overlap. So this is where it is. So I'll delete it. So after doing this, I'll click Finish Sketch. It's giving me an error that line cannot intersect, and it will highlight it here so you can see it here. I'll click Continue Sketching. Then I'll come to delete this line and click Finish Sketch. It will ask me to attach. Of course, I want it to attach. So it will rename this again. I'll be like, yes, detach targets, and you know, it happens again this way. So we can see what we have already in first floor. I've made some corrections to my outline on the first floor. I might consider doing that on the ground floor a little bit. So what this has done for me is that it has given me a slight leverage to make my toilet, let's say 1.8, and then I might be able to make this, let's say 2.4. That's just giving me some distance here, also to move this way and have a slightly better space for my wardrobe. Now, I might be considering doing the same thing, making a bigger toilet on the ground floor. I'm just going to measure this. That would have given me a space of 3.5 on the ground floor. So I will see what I can do when I get to the ground floor, but for now, let's continue. Don't forget the underlay is on. If I want to turn it off, let's say while I'm working on the first floor, I'll just come to the underlay, under the underlay here, click on the ground floor and select none. And you can see the underlay is gone. If I come here under this icon, click on it, the graphics button, and put it on shaded, my walls will be shaded while working. So this is just to give you enough contrast to appreciate what I'm doing. I want to change this door here. So I'll select this door. I'll say pick new host. And I have this access into this door from this point. And for this particular door, I might bring it down to this point. This is not very private in terms that people climbing up would be seeing this door, but circulation wise, it's an efficient way to place the door. So I'm rethinking a lot of things now. I'll use the split tool. I'll split this wall. It will ask me to unjoin. I'll unjoin it because there was an opening here. I want to stop this wall here. Remove this door. I'll select this wall, type CS for a new wall, but I think I need a 150 mm wall for this. So I'll just go ahead and select a 150 mm wall. So what I want to do is, I want to put the wardrobe for this room somewhere here. So it's closer to the toilet to make all the circulation in this room somewhere around here. So I'll select the temporal dimension, check the depth. All I need from here is about 600 mm. So that's okay. Then we can still leave this space here for the box room. So select this door, type CS to copy something similar. And I can have the door to the box room here or here, whichever one. That's okay with me. So I've been trying to just sort of design the rooms with the thought process of how the wardrobes will be positioned and stuff like that in mind. This particular toilet is 1.470, it's okay. 2.5, it's okay. I can have the wardrobe wall somewhere around here. I'll select this wall, CS to create a wall like it. And 600 mm depth for the wardrobe. So I think this is good to have a wardrobe here, a wardrobe here. This particular room, just beating myself up whether to move this backward a little bit again. Let me check this. 2.4 by 1.8 is a very generous toilet by today's standard. 1.6 is fair. If I had 1.8 here, that would have been lovely. That would have given me 2.2 by 1.8, which in my humble opinion, I don't think it's bad. When I'm sorting out the arrangement, I can fight with it to see whether it's small or not. So I have good sizable rooms, 3 rooms already, and I'll go ahead to design the remaining 2 rooms, family lounge and the rest. So let me start from here. I think this is already looking like a room, so it's easy to convert this to a room. I'll use the match properties tool, select an existing door, this is like a 900 mm door, and select a door I want to make the same property, and it's going to convert it. So match property tool is a shortcut to this it here on that clipboard. The shortcut is MA. Once you click on it, you select a particular element, then you select the element you wanted to convert to do that. So we can have this store be a toilet. Let's just check the size quickly. This is 2.8 by 1.5. That's fair enough. Even this 2.8, we can reduce it to, let's say, 2.4, 2.5. So the toilet is not too long. So, and this is I'll raise this door up a little bit so I can have wardrobe somewhere around here. So, I'll click on this wall, CS, and then maybe put a 600 mm depth here. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if I can have the wardrobe this length. I wish I could have another wardrobe here. So let me try something. I'll click on I'll select this door, click on pick new host, and then I'll place this door here. And then I would select this wall, type CS, and I'll extend the wall down here. So this 600 mm. So I have like a double wardrobe here. You enter the toilet here, you come to this section, then the room is this way. So I'm trying not to mess up the rectangular structure of the room, and you have an access to the balcony this way. So this is one room. Let's click on the dimension tool here. You click on the edge just to see this 3.4. That's looking rather small by 3.9. This room is looking rather small compared to the other rooms we have. So on the first thought, what I'm thinking is there anything I can do? Let me check the length of this toilet. This 3.5. So this looks likely large. I'm thinking I can move up this. I can move this section. So I'm just going to click, drag, select over this section. And I want to move it a little bit. This will affect everything here from the ground floor, but I'm still thinking and designing. So I want to move this a little bit by 600 this way. So once I've done this, I'll have 2.9 here, which is also very big for a toilet. No offense. This 4 meters now by 3.9. So this is very good, almost 4 by 4 meters. So it's a very big room. So part of my brief was that the rooms should be sizable and the rooms on the first floor should have balconies. So which I've been able to achieve here. So you see that even if you have a sketch, as you work on Revit, you are being creative. You keep iterating. And I'm just showing you all the whole work process so that you appreciate how work in Revit is carried out. So it's not so much of a straightforward process. Even after you solve some things on your ground floor, you can still come to your first floor and solve. So I've sorted out 4 rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4 of almost the same size, good layout, good toilet spaces. Maybe this guy has a small toilet, but nevertheless, it will fit in. So good toilet spaces and all. So let's come to the 5th room. So I'm thinking of having the 5th room here, and I'm thinking of making it sort of like the master's bedroom, like the biggest room in the house. So the most senior person can stay there. I'll select the wall, I'll type CS. You see, they're asking me to save, I'll save. You see, it's been a while that I went to click on wall. Once I've had wall in my view, I'll just select it and type CS. So you don't need to always go back to click on walls while working. So I'm going to just draw this space like this and click this wall, reduce it. I also rarely use trim, except it's really complex, but I normally click and drag back most times. I don't have time to start typing the keyboard and stuff like that. So I want to use the living room and dining, both spaces for the living, master bedroom, and toilet space. So this also equally when designing duplexes that doesn't have double volume. You should always use the living room and dining space or thereabout for the biggest rooms because they will just align perfectly. So I had a toilet around this staircase underneath this section in the ground floor. So the easiest thing to do will be to position another toilet closer to it. This will help with plumbing works most times, So I want to make this the biggest toilet, 2 by 4 meters, very generous toilet. And then after that, I want to put the access door into the space, which I'll put around here. You are free to even use a bigger door, let's say a 1.2 mm door. Once you position the door, you can start clicking away to know which section, which side the door will face. So we'll select this door, type CS, and then position this other door here. And then the next thing will be the wardrobe section. Like I said, it's part of the brief that every room will have a picture. So what I want to do is to have a wardrobe section facing the entrance door, and beside it to have a picture, the balcony. So This is about 2.9. If I have 600 here, I'll take this depth back to 600. Good. I'm using, sorry, I didn't specify this. I'm using lines to draw this, and the shortcut for lines is DL. So as you type DL on your keyboard, you start to draw detail lines, as it's called. I'll select to delete. For you to draw it normally, you go to annotate, and then you look for detail. Under detail, you see detail lines. So I use it here by clicking it and then sketching the lines. So I'm just using this to get out the edge of my proposed wardrobe. So, and then I've drawn this wall here with quite big balcony too. And the depth of this wall, if I select this, the temporary dimension is showing me 4370, which is not bad at all. I don't need this door. And I know for certain that this depth is 5.3. I can reduce these two walls because they are still sitting on the slab to 150 mm wall. So I select them. I can come here and start looking for 150 block white, or like I said, you can just click on match properties, select the wall, and then apply them to it. It's not looking good to me. I might just leave it, Ctrl Z to leave it there. So this will be the balcony. I'll select this door, CS. I'll place my door from the bedroom here. So if you want to use the balcony, you come out this way. So I've been able to kind of arrange 5 bedrooms, thinking about the wardrobe, subconsciously also thinking about the position of the bed head, because once you have a good square space, yeah, it makes positioning your bed head, TV wall much more easier. So, and the 5 rooms are going to have balconies. I want to extend this wall here to divide these 2 balconies. There's a balcony here, there's one here, so for some form of privacy. So I think we are good with these ones. I want to create a void here, like I explained. This door is no longer needed. I want an opening here. To create a wall opening under, if you select the wall, the modify tab will show you wall opening, because the modify tab will go to wall. You click on the wall itself, and then drag and just click twice to position a rectangle. When you click on escape, you can select the rectangle and then pull it to the edges you want the wall to be. You can also use the align tool to do this. Then you select the opening and then you set it up. So all you need to set up is the base offset and wall offset. You can't set up the height. So for me, I just want it to be, let's say minus, like as if there is a beam there. So I'm just going to leave it at minus 450 drop down, which would give me a very high open space here. And yeah, my whole idea is to have here sort of like glass or some kind of semi or permanent opening, or either a permanent opening or an opening where I will allow ventilation to also flow within these lobbies for circulation. And it can also serve as like a gym spot, relaxation spot outside of the family lounge, which I want to create here, and the library. So for now, I'm just going to still put it with the wall. So I'll select this wall. I'm sure you know what I typed, CS, and then I would paste this. I'll click on the align tool, which is AL for shortcut. I'll select the edge of this wall, select this to align the wall. Then here we go. The next set of things I want to do here will be, the library and a small lounge, maybe lounge also in the first floor. So I'll take this off. This opening I did here, I also need another opening. So I'll select this, I'll type CS, and select this wall, and I'm going to draw a rectangle here. So align this. Basically, it gives me the width of the opening, which is 1145. And I'm going to just align it to this edge. Let me see what it brings out. 1270. So If you come in here, it's this. If you come in here, you'll find the family lounge. This over the chapel and the library. So I will put a wall going through this way, which I might leave as a 150 mm wall. So I'll select this. I'll look for 150 mm wall here, and then I'll place it down here. So I'll click the dimension, measure 2, select this, select the middle of this wall, because if you bring your dimension down to the middle, it's going to select, and select this edge and click OK. Now what I want to do is to, without pressing escape, is to click this equal sign. The reason is because I want these two spaces to give me an equal distribution. Once I click it, Revit will adjust this wall to get equal measurements in between these two. Once that is done, I can select this and delete, or I think I can just unclick this to see the dimension. So this dimension is 3585 to the center. If I click into in, it's 3510, and this is 3510. So it depends on my arrangement of the space. I might want to make this maybe just 3000 on the dot, depending. I might need more space for the library. And then I'll click the arrow for door and add a door here. So what I'm thinking with this library is we have 8 people, so I might have to put up, let's say, 600 times, or let's say 8800 space for reading times 4. That will be 32, and then I'll put maybe 600 this way and another 600 this way for the table. So if this is the main table within the space, then we can fix in chairs on one side, and maybe have bookshelves on the side, something of that nature. While here is just a sofa and, you know, a space for interaction with other residents, either before the library or outside of the library. And then this area here will function as a semi-open balcony, because I'm trying to put something that is openable here. I'll allow you to view downstairs and, you know, allow air to also go there. Maybe sliding component doors or something of that nature. So this is my summary. I've put out the walls on the first floor while thinking and designing it, and you can see how it's looking. Let me show you how to correct this. For those of you this thing is bothering, I can split these two walls and then detach them from the floor. That's all that's happening. So if I go to the ground floor, the shortcut for split elements, if you remember SL. So I just want to split this wall. You can see it has splitted. It asks me to detach. I'll say yes. I'll split this wall. Split this wall. It asks me to detach. I'll say detach. So what immediately it detaches, you see that the walls go up. So, and you see that the fact that we have this floor attaching these two walls makes this line come out. So a reminder on how to do this. You'd select join tool, make sure multiple join is checked, select the floor, and then go ahead to select all the walls around it, both the walls above it and the walls beneath it. If you do this, it's going to wipe away the lines for you. So you wouldn't need to worry about that. So why is this important? Because we are modeling the right way in Revit, and this right way involves so many unnecessary lines popping up between the floor and the wall. So this multiple join tool is helping me to resolve that. One key thing about this, like I would say, is that the materials are always the same. The materials between of the floor and the walls are always the same for this to work. So you see this has worked perfectly. You cannot see any line outside. These lines you are seeing is just between these two walls, which if I click to join, multiple join is on. So if I click to join, the I can uncheck multiple join now because I don't want multiple join. So these other lines disappear, and I can also do that here. Once I click join, these other lines also disappears. So we have a very neat model, and it's important to treat all these lines. The reason is simple. If you don't, every line means something in architecture. If you don't, it causes confusion. And you don't want such confusions to happen. So, okay. Some little edges here that came out here, but we can find other ways to solve that later on. But at least all the way through, it's looking very good and neat. So we've modeled our design. We've gotten a good hang of most of the spaces. We have a balcony here with an opening. So I'm going to go to the first floor. There are two ways to do this. If it's a rectangular opening, you can use the rectangular opening. It's very easily to do it. If it isn't a rectangular opening, then you have to use the edit wall tool. So let me just, although it's a rectangular opening I'm creating, but if I want to do it using the edit wall, which I don't like to use if it's the rectangular opening, then you select this wall, double click on it. It will ask you, it will just immediately activate the editing of the wall. It will ask you which elevation, east or west. This elevation here is east, so I'll select east. So it will open the east elevation for me, and you can see the wall in line, and it will ask me, okay, recreate this wall, and then I'm going to convert it to a wall, create this sketch. So all I need here is, I need this opening, something of this nature between these two edges. I need a big opening that will serve as the courtyard. So let's say 450 mm up. Oh, sorry. So 450 mm, and here another 450. Let's just put it that way. So I just want the space this way. I'll click finish. It can ask me some elements that were joined that are having issues, and I understand why, because I took it to the edges, especially this one. So if I go to the 3D view, you can see these two walls are having problem joining. Can I solve that? I don't know yet. I don't think. So this can lead to some issues. So sometimes I just, there is a way to solve this. The easiest way to solve this. If I go back to the east elevation, if you have this kind of joint issue, you can just avoid it totally by closing up the up and down and making sure you just leave it this way, open this way. So if I click this, you see the joint has disappeared, the joint issues. So what I did is, instead of having this joint, like that thin line in between these two spaces, I just, modeled it this way, and then it solved the whole issue. Good. So when modeling in Revit, you need to be careful of lines that just protrude out from anywhere. The reason is simple. You watch your wall joints, you know how they join, and then you want to make sure that they join properly. And if you do that, it will prevent you from having unnecessary lines popping out in your elevation, in your plans, while working. If you use the joint to, keep your work neat while modeling. So that will go a long way to help you. So we've created our ground floor plan and our first floor plan. And the next thing, we've added doors. The next thing will be windows. Okay, so before we go ahead to create our windows, I want us to look at annotating our spaces. So before that, actually, let's align the changes we've made on the ground floor, on the first floor of the ground floor. So I'll go to the ground floor. I'll click on underlay here, and I'll set it to first floor. And it's to look up. So what I want is, I want to see the walls in the first floor and how they have changed with regards to the walls on the ground floor. Some of the things that have changed. So let me see, sorry, maybe look down on the first floor. Okay, sorry, I want to be on the first floor and then to look down, not to look up. And I think that's basically it. So from the first floor, I want to see all the changes in the walls that are not aligning, that I have made, and how they are aligned to the grid. Especially around here, I did some changes with the toilets. So I don't know it and this position, yes. So I extended this wall, I removed this wall actually, and I extended this wall. So the fact that you can do an underlay, like I'm on the ground floor, I can see what is on the first floor, will enable me to pick host, to make changes and just bring them back to the ground floor. So I'll select this, click on pick host, pick new host, and just place it here. I'll select this wall, drag it back here. I'll move this door here because it's more functional. This particular toilet is a dilemma for me. I may not have the two walls aligned, so it may not necessarily mean anything. I might just have this at 1.5. This reason is because when you select the wall, the modifier appears. You can click on the measure tool. This reason because I really would not want anything less than, let's say, 3.6, 3.7 as the width of any of my rooms. So I'm just going to have this at 1.5, which is a fair size for a toilet, to be honest. We'll have the wardrobe here, like in the first floor. I'll select this wall, CS to create similar, and then I'll place this wall here. Now, like I said, while creating similar, you always want to ensure the heights are properly done. I made some changes here. Select this wall, pick new host. I'll place this wall here. I had to split this wall, if I remember correctly. Use the trim, TR, to trim. Use this other trim that to end the trim here. I'll select this wall, the 150 mm wall, CS, and to create similar, I'm going to do this. Here's the wardrobe section. I think there's something I need to do with these stairs. Well, I didn't see it initially, but this space cannot work in real life. So these two stairs will have to, this other stair here will have to be longer to the point of almost touching the other stair. So I don't think if the two lines touch, Revit will close, but I'll bring them as close as I can to allow for this so that there is no space at the edge of this wall. So, and then I made some changes here. Yes, I did select all this wall, and then I did move them. I can just click and drag horizontally till the two walls align, and voila, I'll get everything I need. Of course, like I say, you need to double click to edit your stair and drag it to this point. So all these other things, you can use the align tool to align this together. You can also use the align tool, click this as the destination point, click this to align it together. And yes, we can still change the door of this place here. Pick new host to be this way. So with the experience I had working with the things I did working on the first floor, I can make my kitchen more functional now, because I can see it, create similar, because I can now have more cabinets here, even close to the entrance of the kitchen. Match properties. I want to match properties. On that clipboard, I'll click on match properties. The shortcut is MA. I'll just want to match these two doors. After I do that, you can click and drag the doors and align, or you can just tap the align key and then align the two doors. So this is the access into the kitchen. This is the store. This is the kitchen space. I'm just aligning it to all the advancement I made on. Sorry, I'm just aligning it to all the advancement I made on the first floor. This is our dining space. It's open to this view. I need an opening here, so I'm going to select this. Let me see if I can copy from one point to the other. When you select, check, remove this constraint check, and then bring it down to this point. Okay, it can copy, but it's messing up the joint. So I'm going to use the align tool to fix that. I can also use the align tool to fix this, to make sure that the walls don't get into the way of each other. So we have an access here into the chapel. We have an access here into the chapel from inside. We have an access here into the main building, the living areas. I might want to move this door somewhere as close as I can to this point, so that once you come in here, you can move out without jeopardizing the functionality of this living room space here. So yeah, that's for that. So I think I've done my best with aligning majority of the spaces from the ground floor and the first floor. These are cantilevers, so this is very good. And there is an advantage to this. For example, let me say you are designing and you've done this. You can now click on lines to use to represent these cantilevers on the ground floor. There are two types of lines so we have the detail lines and the model lines. The detail lines only show in one view in 2 dimensions. The model lines show in all the views. For now, I'm just going to use the detail lines as to indicate overhead. So under annotate, you go to detail line. You can select the type of line you want. Here, I have different line types in this template, but I'm just going to leave it with the overhead lines, I guess. So I'll select overhead line, and then I'm just going to draw this way. So overhead lines are used to show lines that are above the particular view, in terms of either we have it as a balcony or we have it as a ceiling protrusion or stuff like that. So that's what I've done. Hidden lines are used to show lines that are below that particular view. So this may or may not be an overhead line, but it's not necessary to indicate all those spaces. Now, this is also an overhead line because there is a cantilever that comes out to this point on the first floor. So I think basically I've represented that as much as I can. And then I will now go ahead to annotate my space. So after doing all this, I'll just come here and say none. So we'll now begin the annotation of the spaces before we start working on the windows, because it's important. So I'm going to name my spaces. In Revit, it doesn't pay at all to start naming your spaces using text. No, that's not the right way to go, because this building information modeling, we should use the tool properly. So under architecture, we have room. We use room to name our spaces. So we place rooms, we place tags, and then we tag the spaces. Now, before you do that, you want to make sure that the spaces you are naming are enclosed properly. So if you have openings, we want to use what we call the room separator. This icon here, you click on it and use it to close up the spaces. So let me say this is a living room space, and I want to just get the square area to this point. I will draw a line here, and it seals up that space. Let's say I also want to get the square area to this point. I'll draw a line here, and it will seal up the space while calculating. The same thing for my dining section. Let's say I want to draw a line here. It will seal up the space so that the lobby is calculated separately. The kitchen is okay. The store is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. If I wanted this square area also, because it's part of the floor area, I will have to draw 2 lines. One here, and I will continue it till I touch the edge of this wall. So that's that. So I've done that for this floor. Now, the disadvantage of this line is that it is not even hidden line. I thought they would have made it either as a hidden line or as an overhead line, because we are using it to define space, but it comes as a solid line, which gives the impression of something like a change in level. So normally what I do is, if I finish using it, I normally just right click and then I hide in view by category, because I don't want to mislead anybody into thinking, oh wow, this is different space from this. So click on room. The shortcut is RM. I have some tags already loaded. You can just leave it, the one that will come with it naturally. Since you're in scale 1:100, you set the upper limit as your first floor, set the offset to 0, and everything is good to go. So all you need to do is just to click. This is where you can pick a room name, but we'll edit that after placing. So you just click once in each of the spaces, and the annotation room will follow it together with the square area. So we'll have to edit that manually. So you can see where the dining is stopping, even though this is open. And you can see where this is also stopping, even though it's open. And we can see where this is also stopping, even though it's open. The same thing here. So the room separator is doing its job, and it's helping us to define all the spaces that we need to have. So I've literally annotated all the spaces. This is for the dining, the lobby here. It's also eaten into the stair, but no problem. And this is for the visitors' toilets here. So I think I missed one. I missed this one. I can right click and say repeat reset command, which is, you can see it here, repeat room. So I'll just click on it. It's going to repeat room, and then I'll click it. So if you right click in Revit, you get your most recent command. Now I've done that. You can see all my annotation is done, and then I can go ahead to annotate it. So just double click on the text. So this is main lounge. I'm going to type it as main lounge. I'll double click on this. This is foyer. This is the chapel. This is the kitchen. This is the terrace at the back, kitchen terrace. There's the store. There's the toilets. This is, I'll call it a utility space, but I'm hoping that we can put anything from battery powers, electrical, chamber stuff, and the rest. This is the lobby. This is the dining. This is, I'll just name this as WC. We know it as Visitors WC. So if you have this, when placing this text, you use your tab to select it. There is a key. You might need to use the tab to select the text, and then click and drag. When doing this, you need to be careful so that I don't drag the room out, because there is an offset. Like you can see that the text is different from the room. So you need to select the text alone and then do this. I would have to check if there is a setting to make it more centralized. So I'll double click. This is toilet. I'll do that again here. This is toilet. So I'm just, oh no, this is bedroom. So this is bedroom. So you can still name both spaces bedroom. Like you can see that I'm naming this space bedroom. But if for you to be detailed, I can say this is bedroom 1, and this is bedroom 2, something of that nature, and then this is bedroom 3. So, and this is another lobby, more private lobby now for this space. So I've done this naming. It's also important, maybe if you have things like this is just for graphics sake. You can pull your text. There is going to appear a dotted line to tell you maybe these two spaces, these two texts are in the same space. If you feel like arranging text, like almost these two bedrooms are in the same space, and this thing is just little things you can do to make your work nice, graphic wise. So I'm trying to put these three texts on the same line. I can adjust it the same way. The ones that can fit in should fit in. The ones that can't fit in, there's no problem. But there should be some element of planning or centralization to your text. So you see I have these 3 texts on the same line. Let me see. Okay. So this is I'm just doing this for neatness and organization within the space. So I've adjusted these room tags. We can have a tutorial about that later, but since we have the templates, we're good to go. So we've annotated our spaces on the ground floor. I'm going to repeat it on the first floor, and then we would begin to look at how to place windows immediately. So the first thing I want to do, in case you didn't follow up, I'll be slightly faster here. Select the room separator and then begin to add the spaces. Here is a void, so I don't need to worry about this. I've done a room separator here in the past before I came to this view. Let me type RM, shortcut for room, just to check here. There is a 450 mm wall block in here, so this is covered. So let me start. There's the library, I'll click to place. There's the bedroom, I'll click to place. There's the toilet. There's like the box room. There's another bedroom. There's a bedroom. There's a bedroom. Toilet. Another toilet. The main bedroom and the terrace. Now, we have another space here for like a lounge space. Now, we have spaces around here that are balconies that I might necessarily I should indicate. So if I must indicate these spaces, I would have to draw a room separator line at the edges here to be able to attach the square area to it. And it's not a bad thing because they are still part of the floor. And if somebody wants to have an idea of the total floor area to a certain degree, you can just select the floor to do that. But if you want to have an idea of the floor area of that particular space, let's say for tiling, it's not a bad idea at all. So what do? I'll click on the room separator and bring out those lines. So here I can just run a straight line to this point and one to this point, press escape. I can run another straight line from here to this point, then to this point. So I've done that, and then I can click on RM, which is the shortcut for room, and go ahead to place them. So I've annotated it, and then I'll go right ahead to change the text. I missed one space here. Right click, recent command room, and then you click on it. So I'll go ahead to change the text. You already know what to do just by double clicking, and then we'll continue. So I'm trying to keep these videos 1 hour long. In the next one, we'll start by placing windows and then designing our elevation. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next video. Like, share, subscribe. Peace. Hello and welcome back to the part 3. So we are continuing with placing of windows. Now it's important I call your attention to this, that while designing windows, there are 3 things you want to look out for. The first thing is alignment. If you are placing your windows in your building, you should try and make sure they are horizontally aligned and they are also vertically aligned. The second thing is consistency in size, consistency in style, a form of repetition either across levels, within levels. So there should be some design balance and standards when placing windows. It should also be tied to your facade design and also to functionality within the space. So I'm not going to, you can't think about all these things at the same time. So I'm not going to think about all of it at the same time. I'm just going to start one at a time. So let's begin. I'll start with the chapel. Prior to placing my window, I just need to think my altar for the chapel will be here. So I might necessarily not have any windows here or very tiny windows here. And majority of the windows would be on this section. So I'll start. I'll click on window and then I would go to properties to select window. These are the windows I have based on the templates that we have. But I can start with this 1800 window. When I click on the window is selected, I'll go to edit type, click to confirm its properties. So under dimensions, I'll confirm the rough width and the rough height and lower panel or upper panel. So right now I'm thinking, what is the seal of my window? This is a ground floor, so I would like to keep the seal of my window. I would like to keep the seal of my window at about 900. And I would also like to keep the height of my window to be about, let's say, 2.1 meters, 2.4 meters, thereabout. So my window height should be around 1.5 meters, which should be the same throughout the project. So default seal height here, I'm going to leave it at 900. And then the height of the window, we have rough height, we have heights depending on the window. I think whichever one you change might change the other. So this 1.5, these two have changed together. And then the width is 1.8, which is okay. The lower panel, this window has two panels. If you come to this section, you can see that the window has a lower panel and an upper panel. So I would like the upper panel to be 300 mm and the lower panel to be sort of around 1002. So I'll leave this at, let's say, 150, barring any other stuff. And then I'll click OK. And then I want to place this window somewhere here. It comes with temporal dimensions. It always does. And I want to have two big windows this way. One here to cover the chapel. I might add additional one here if need be as I go on. But I know I don't need any window here. If I really do need, I'll add just one window here, maybe to aid ventilation of maybe the priest or whoever is going to be sitting around this section. So this is okay for me. I will select this and this 700, this is 700, this 21. I might leave it like this, it's okay. I might make it 800 from that section. And let's see, 800 from this section. So I'm just trying to centralize the windows. Now, I can go to the 3D by clicking this to see the windows I've placed. And these are the windows I've placed. Looking fair to me, although the lower panel looks a little bit too high. So I'll click on it, click on edit, and change this to, I think it's okay. So see what I like to do. I've done this on the ground floor. I want to select these two windows, copy to clipboard. I've just Ctrl C. I'll do paste align to selected levels. I'll put it on the first floor. I just want to see where they fall on the first floor because I'm trying to design the whole building. And this is the ground floor. This is the first floor. Good. So luckily for me, they fell within two functional spaces, though not at the center, but within two functional spaces. So this is okay. One is the library, which needs a big window where people are reading, and this is the family lounge room. So this is a very good idea to keep in mind when designing, so that you can have very good windows, one, and secondly, you can have very good elevations too. So this is very okay for me. I'll select these two. The reason being that on the first floor, I can bring down my sail height a little bit. So I would like this one to be 2,250 on the first floor. So I'm just going to make my sail height, let's say 950 and 750 on the first floor. So some people like to make their window 1.8. For me, I think 1.5 is a pretty good sizable window in a residential building. So fine. This still disturbing me, the lower panel, just in editing this window. I click this. If you see the lower panel here, we can make it maybe 1 meter. And okay, so I'll go ahead to place windows around. Like you see, I've maintained some form of alignment, consistency. I've also maintained some form of size within this section and the style and all. So I'm going to go to the ground floor again, and I'll start from there up to the first floor. So here's the living room. I'm going to imagine, because this residence is a residence for single men, not with their families, and it's a shared residence. I doubt this living room will be used for mostly watching television, mostly just meeting welcoming guests. So I won't try to prioritize TV walls. I'm trying to put 2 windows here and then 2 windows here because I'm trying to use more of casement windows. But I can use 1.8 windows here. I would prefer to use 1.2 meters window here and here. There is one option. The other option is to have 1 large window here. I'm thinking about that because I have this grid coming down here, and sometimes the engineer might be tempted to run this column, and still here. So let me see if I can give it a try by using this triple window here. So I'll Control C. I'll select it, type CS. I'll zoom in here, and you can see my temporal dimensions already popping up. This is somewhere in the center, and I can put this window. This is 1.8 meters. I can also put another one here, 1.8 meters, because I really do not intend this living room space to be filled with television either on this wall or on this wall. So I'm just running these 2 windows. But it's not a bad idea to still have it. And they might still decide to use this wall here for the TV wall if they decide. So having these 2 windows this way isn't a bad idea. Another option would be to have 2 smaller windows. So I'm just going to look at this, then compare and contrast it with 2 smaller windows. So I'm going to copy to clipboard, click on paste, align selected levels. I'll click first floor. I'll go to the first floor to see how it feels. This is also okay, and it makes my design simpler in terms of consistency. I have the same size of windows everywhere in the front elevation. My only worry is if it's going to be enough. Let me see. Since we're in the topics, we need so much lighting. So this is 2 meters, and 1.8 opening. Yeah. So let me give a consideration to using double windows. But I can use this 3-panel windows. So I'll go to architecture, go to windows. I don't have this kind of windows, so I can just click here to load family. And then if I click to load family, it's going to take me to my Revit components. This is not in the template I gave, but I have more items, so like windows and the rest. So this is one I'm looking for. This one that was in the template. This one is not there. You can edit this one to it, but you can still look for any window close to it to use. So I'll click on edit type. I will check the width and height. I can rename this to, let's say, I prefer 1-2 windows because I like to maintain consistency. So 1-2 in width by 1-5 in height. So that's what I'm just going to do to maintain some form of consistency. Click on OK. The rough width is 1-2. The rough height is 1-5. The base is I think 1-1. I'll have to confirm this. I think maybe 1-150 or thereabouts. So, and the sail height is 900. So, I just want to confirm here what I used there. Okay, the lower panel is 1000. So I'll click edit, and I'll change it to lower panel height 1000. Okay, click on OK. So I've looked at it with one window. I can delete this, and I can also try to see if I can have it here with 2 windows. What I had here was 800, so I'm going to play around this too. 800 and 800. So we'll go to 3D view. Let's just have a look which one seems better. I'll delete this and copy to clipboard and paste align to selected levels, first floor, and I have it there. Now, the disadvantage of this, as I can clearly see now, is that it's conflicting with a wall on the balcony, and it's not very centralized on the first floor. So I'm just going to undo it and maybe make do with these 3 windows, because I always like to align things as much as I can. And there's a space of 1/8 here, 1/8 here is not bad. I might also decide to just maybe, in case they decide to use a TV wall here, WN is shortcut for window. I can decide to have this 2 section here as the other 1.2 windows. So I can make here 600 offset. We can make here again another 600 offset. So if I go to 3D view, I have this here and I have this here. So I think I have good ventilation around that side. So we can continue with the windows. So you see, I have 2 major windows here. I have a window of 1/8, I have another one of 1/2. And if I want to take maybe a smaller window, I can make it like 600, all maybe the same height or the other. Maintaining a kind of consistency in the style of the window is also very important. So I'll select this one, CS. I'm going to place this one close by here, just in case we might just need a covering on this section. As we keep going, we'll find out for ourselves without those. That's very important. So CS here to copy this particular window and place it here. This is for the dining section. I also would want some kind of window on this section or opening, either with glass or something else. So I'm just going to try and position like I have 2 windows here on this section. So for me it's important because we live in the tropics. So I'm trying to create as much opening as I can within the building to encourage wind flow around the building. So for the bedrooms, I'll keep it with tinier windows, like 1.2 by 1.5. But also, that's what we need. Good openings, give other spaces for positioning of the bed head and things of that sort. So since I might move this one a little bit here to, let's say, 400. Now the reason I'm making it 400 and not 600 is basically most times we try to centralize the bed in the room these days, and I'm trying not to have, although in this case I may not be able to centralize the bed because I have to now position it in one of these places, either facing here or facing here. But most likely I've not made up my mind. When I do, I'll decide. So, but I needed enough space, this 2.5. If I'm going to place a 1.5 meter bed, to have space on the side, this 2.1. So I might place it around the 2.5 side. So when placing your window, these are things to consider, like the position of your bed head. Very important, because if you go and then you place your windows anyhow, when you're positioning your bed, you find out that it may not work. So because of this, sometimes people use very tiny windows on both sides of the window, but for me, I think that's just too much. It's not so compulsory that the bed must be centralized. Not at all. So this is okay. I'll type CS. I just noticed now from the corner of my eye that these windows, their head height, as you can see here, is 2.2. So I've been selecting all these windows currently. I'll select all of them, the 1.2 windows. Okay. And then I'll just set the height to 2.4 as envisioned it to be. But later on, I can still select all the window and make all this change. This particular room has only one window, so I'm going to use a big window, the 1.8 window, for it to allow for more ventilation into the space. So I've created windows for all the rooms. The kitchen has to have a different window, of course, because of the sill height, which will start from 1 meter, and then the height of the window will be like 1.2. So definitely, we are free to think out the kitchen if you want cross ventilation, although that might reduce a little bit with the functionality of the kitchen. So, but I still have a long wall here to put my cooker, extractor, and the rest. I can put my sink here, and then, although that means the cooker and the sink might be a little bit too far. So for me, I'm just going to leave the kitchen with one big window here, which is going to be a 1.8 window, perfectly centralized. Then I'm going to edit this duplicate OP 1.8 window. I'll write kitchen window. So I'll put KIT, then window. So after doing this, I'm going to reduce the whole height to 1.2, and I'm going to reduce the lower panel height to 700. So I'm going to click this, and I'll raise the sill height back to 2.4. So you can see the windows I've been placing. Some heights are different. Nevertheless, like I said, I can align all these things with one click. So I will go ahead to position, place windows on the toilet and possibly also in the staircase area. So let's begin with the toilet. I'll go to architecture, click on window. I'll click on load family. I'll go to where I have my windows. I have, so when we talk about editing windows, you can have windows of the same style in different panels, panel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, things like that, and find ways to, make something good out of it. So in this aluminum window, I'm going to click OK. And this is a single window. Let's edit it a little bit. So I'll duplicate this. I'll put this as maybe toilet window. That's the name. We can easily change this name as we go. I always like to put OP, like title of my firm, as a prefix to it. So the width is 900, can be 600, but 900 is okay for single windows. And the height here, I'm going to keep it at the same 1 point. These are toilet windows, so I'll leave it at 1.2 minimum. Some people can have it at 1000 because of their toilet windows. The lower panel here, I'll make it 500, so it's almost like evenly divided, or let's say 650. So the sill height, since it's window, I'll leave it at 1.5. So plus a rough height of, okay, I'll leave it at 1.4. So with a rough height of 1000, it will get to 2.4 because I want all my windows to be the same height on the ground floor. So I'll click on OK. And it's like I did something wrong. The width, sorry, is 900. And is the sill height, I should change to 1.4. Fine. So, sorry. So I'm going to place my toilet windows here. You can see I'm placing the windows. If you notice, the window is appearing slightly different from the other windows in the design. This particular window will be lower because this particular one is beneath the staircase landing. So I'm going to reduce this height to 1.5 so that it doesn't, sorry, the sill height to, let's say, 1000 or I think 900 possibly. Something of that nature. Okay. Oh, this is the head height. So sorry, I'll keep the head height at 2.1. Fine. So select it, Ctrl C, and then I think I've placed windows for the toilets everywhere. Now, there is a reason this is happening. This is happening because the cut plane of this view is not seeing the windows properly. So most times it can happen to your toilet window. What you might need to do is to go to under extent with nothing selected, go to view range, click on edit. When you click on edit, check your cut plane. If it's at 1.2, you might want to just increase it to, let's say, 1.7, 1.8, thereabout. So I'll leave it at 1.7. And if I click on this, apply, this doesn't work. Let me see, 1.8. Click on apply. I'll click on OK. Let me check other windows. Okay. This might be, the problem might be the other way around. So I'll click on edit. And let me take the cut plane to be 1.1 and see. Okay, no, sorry, 1.10. This doesn't work. So I'm just playing around with the cut plane to see where my problem is with this particular window. It might be this, or it might just be the window itself, the view type of it. So I think it could be just from the way somebody has edited the window prior to using it here again. So that's why the view is different. We might come to that when we're working on graphics later. So I've placed these windows on the ground floor. On the stair wall, I might want to use a very long curtain panel through the stair wall to ventilate. To ventilate and light up the stairs. So I want to have like a solid glazing here. It could still be a series of windows. I could stack a series of windows, but I'll just show you how to use curtain panel. So the first thing I want to do is to get this level. There are many ways to get this particular level, either by cutting a section, but I can just double click on this, select this landing. It's going to give me the relative height, which is about 2375. That's the relative height. So I already know that that's where my sail height or whatever height will begin. So I'll go to the ground floor. I'll click on wall. I'll select exterior glazing or storefront, basically. And maybe I can make this 1.5. Sorry, wall. Before I start clicking away, I would do some settings here. Under the height, I'll put it as unconnected. Base offset, I'm going to set it at 2375 so that it starts over the landing. In fact, I'm going to just make it 2.4. Then unconnected height, I want to make it 2 meters. And then I'm just going to draw a window of, let's say, 1.2. I'll type in 1.2. And then I'll draw the window. Now the window won't appear because it's above my cut plane. So I can see it. But this is what the window looks like. This is not looking good design-wise. These two windows are just bashing each other. So, as an architect that I am, I might want to create this version of window, a longer one here and another one here, just to create some sense in my elevation. So, there are two ways to do this. For now, I'm not aligning the headroom, so I know you can see many headrooms up and down. I'll copy this window. Edit it, click on duplicate, then I can rename this to stair window. Now it's always good to duplicate, rename properly, don't just use any kind of name. The width is okay. For the height, I want to change it to 2.4 meters and change this panel. So depending on the window, I'm working on a particular window I use very often, so I know things to change and how to adjust it. So I'll change this to ground floor and set this to 2.5. Good. So this is okay for me. I can select a window. You can also copy a window even if it's on elevation. So even if it's on elevation, I can copy a window, if I want to form something of this nature. So I think this is fair. Even if I need it longer, or if I need to copy the window above to each, to let me say copy. This windows above there. This might be too long, so I just want to mimic a curtain wall. Nothing bad with using the curtain wall at the same time to do this. It's very, very possible. So maybe what I'm doing is not the right thing. Under modify, I will click on align, and I'll just align these windows. You can use the tab key when pressing align to make sure that you get the right thing you are trying to do. So what I'm doing is to have some sense in the design, sort of. So these windows are not showing here, but it's always important in detailing that you can highlight here and say windows above and show them in some other views. So I've been able to apply windows every single part of this building. I'll select this floor. I know my windows should be at the same height apart from this one. So I'm going to hold down shift, click on it, not to select it. I'll click on filter, select check none, and select the windows. And then under head height here, I'm going to set it. It's showing varies. I'm just going to override it with 2.4 and press enter and click on OK. And all the head heights of these windows will be 2.4 apart from the one I selected. So it's asking me to save. I'll save again. And yes, you can see that already. We have all these head heights consistent. And then the next thing I want to do is to go to the first floor and apply windows. Now, the most important thing for me is that I have aligning windows in the front elevation. Very important. If I can achieve it in the first, in the other elevations, fine, but it's not compulsory. So, as long as it doesn't distort the view that much. So this is the first floor. I'm going to turn on my underlay. If you remember, you go to underlay, click beside the none, and then click on ground floor. So this is showing me the ground floor, but it's not showing me the windows. The reason is because I'll still need to click on my graphics display option and change it to wireframe to be able to see the windows beneath the walls. So now I can see the windows beneath the walls. Can I select it? I'll use the tab button to see if I can select it. No, I can't. So I have to just create it myself. So go to architecture, click on window, and then I'll click on the double window 1.5 by 1.2. I can place this window directly over this for this room. It works. Here I just want it to be all glass. This works already. Here we need one more window, so I'm going to place this for good ventilation, since here is the wardrobe area. Here is the toilet window beneath. Here's the toilet window. Here is cantilever. So I can replicate these particular windows for this space, and this space not so much. I might need to just, they may not align, but there's no problem. Move this away a little bit. For this one, I'll use the same window type. Now, it doesn't matter if it's properly aligned. I can do that later on. Here, now I have bedrooms, so I can't replicate the same type of window. I'm going to use the 1.2 and 1.5 windows respectively. Right. Yeah. So I can now go ahead to replicate the toilet windows. I would select the toilet window I've created initially, and then I'll place them at the toilet spaces. So Revit is very intuitive. Sometimes it can just help you align the window to where it's supposed to be. If it finds out that it's the exact window you are placing above it. Here it's not possible, so we're going to have just one toilet window here. Okay, I think that's good. Are we missing anything? Yes, we're missing I'll type CS. We're missing windows on this wall and on this wall. So I'm going to select all over again. I'll use the shift button down and select the two windows I don't want to be on the same height as others. Click on the filter button, select window, click OK. And then I'll change this particular one to 250 because I want this to be slightly lower. So I'll go to 3D view and just inspect what I've done so far with regards to placing windows around the building. So as you can see, I've tried to maintain some level of style, pattern, and consistency within the design. This space is a little bit dark to me. I might decide to put one window here, just one tiny long window to light up here, or a window above. So that's on the first floor. So it's either I would think of positioning just permanent lighting here or permanent lighting above here just to allow this. I might also think of breaking up the space and having just one tiny window around this space, maybe something of this nature. So what this does is, it gives you this feeling. Maybe there's another toilet here on the side, but it's just to light up this wardrobe section. So I have done this. I will come here and click consistent color just to bring it back. And then we have a problem with the windows not showing properly. Under extent, you go to view range, click on edit. You can set this up to, let's say, 1.5, click apply, and you can see the window cuts through. So this particular window, I think graphically might have been messed up because it's supposed to be showing this way. I might look into that later on, but for now, you can see we've created the windows. Next thing here is the curtain wall I wanted to put here. I still want some windows to be on top and stuff like that. But so click wall. Here I'm selecting the storefront. The good thing about the storefront, if I click on edit type, is that it has automatically embed checked. So what this does is that it cuts through the wall automatically. I can duplicate it. I can call it my own glazing or residential front too. So I'm just going to call it OP, and then I'll target curtain wall. So either curtain wall here. Perforated bricks can also work for permanent ventilation into this section. I don't think it's a bad idea. So, but I'm just going to go with this for now. So the vertical spacing, we can keep it at, let's say, 600. The horizontal grid spacing at 2.4, that's okay. So I'm going to run this unconnected height. I'm going to leave it to, let's leave it to roof level, but I'm going to give it offset of -600. So let me see how it looks like in the elevation. Wow, okay. The base offset was very high of 2.4. I didn't change that, I didn't see that. So I'm just going to select it and put this base offset at 150. So, and this is the glazing we have there. So there are many ways to work with glazing. We might not finish it off, but I'll select it. Let's say I want to reduce this particular mullion. I'll select it, click on edit type, and come to this horizontal grid and reduce it to 2.1. Click on apply, click OK. And so if I bring it down, the more it looks better, the more. So this is what I have with my design so far, and I've been able to position windows properly. Before we round up on windows, I would just want to show you, if we come to this website, there are websites online where if you log in and register, you can download Revit family components. You can Google these things. This library revit.com. This is beamobjects.com. You can also download components from here. These components are actually certified components that once you use your project, if you request for it, you get exactly what you specified in your project. So it's from beamobjects.com. You can access majority of components. You can also do library Revit.com. There is also Revit components, Revit City. So it's left for you as you compile as you get better in Revit, you access more components. Components are very important, and as we go on in tutorials, I will also cover how we can make those components. So this is for Windows. Okay, so we'll be continuing the next step by working on our elevation. For you to work on your building envelope, it's important that you think about some things. So if you are going to work on an elevation, so I had a brief, I've solved the problem from ground floor plan to roof to first floor plan. I've sorted out my zoning to the best of my ability. And while modeling, I have some thoughts about the elevation. There are three things to guide you. One is aesthetics. So in considering the aesthetics, you want to know the culture you are designing in, and then the particular style of architecture. So let's look at these two things. I'm designing a residential building for religious people in an organization. So sort of like Catholic priests. So in their culture, they are much more traditional. Like Catholics are more traditional. They are disciplined and they are tilted towards holiness. So if I'm looking at what I'm trying to exhibit with this building, it should be the lifestyle of the people, which holds on to tradition and discipline and exhibit holiness. So I'm tilted towards more traditional styles in architecture and in a feeling of classical styles in architecture. So that's what I'm looking at. But then you also consider the climate of the place you are designing for. Our climate within this area, we need to reduce maintenance and protection from climate. So I'll make sure to have good roof to drain out water. Water drainage is a consideration because of raining. And I'll also try as much as I can to make sure that we have good ventilation and lighting into the space. Then if you look at cost, we know that we have a challenge with cost because it's a religious building to a certain degree. They don't want to waste money or live in too much luxury. So I'm going to choose materials and methods that will enable them to build things that are not way above their cost that they can carry. So let's begin. So what I've done is I've gone to research views about more classical traditional buildings because what I'd like to do is to shade my windows. I don't want my windows to just be plain and the way they are. So I'm just looking for inspiration on how to recess or shade the windows. If you look at a lot of classical buildings and images, going through to find inspiration. So this Pinterest start classical buildings and just not to copy it full client and sinker, but to have an idea on things that you can look at to make your building simple, classical, and beautiful. So one of the elements I've seen is that the windows are normally designed. So you can see this design on the windows and sometimes recessed if need be. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create something like that recessed, especially in the front elevation. So let's begin to do that. So what I'm thinking is this. I'm going to select this wall, go to natural ground floor because I'm going to start this wall from natural ground floor. Type CS and set this wall, the height of this wall, all the way to my roof level. So I'm just trying to see if I can put out an external facade that would help me recess my windows, something of this sort. This is 485. In total, it's 750 mm recess to shade the window, which is a great amount of recess if you think about it. So either this 750 is okay, or I can make it 600. But for now, I'm just going to leave it at 750. So I've created this. I can create it. So I can just copy it. I'll click, drag over it to copy. And then I'll come here under modify, select this mirror, which has a pencil attached to it. And at the center, I'll bring my cursor to somewhere in the center of this window till you see this triangular element here. Then you click and make sure it's vertical, and then you click again to draw a line, and it copies this. So I can do the same thing again. I'll hold down the Control key. I'll select just these 3 walls. You can see the way I drew my angle just to stop in these 3 walls. And then click on this mirror. You can see the shortcut there. Now, is this wall I'm going to try to use, the center of this wall? Will this work? I doubt, but let me just try. I'm seeing that 2 walls will join together fine. So you can see if I'm going to do it here, I have some walls together. I can click OK. I'm just going to delete the walls that are intersected. So let me see. I'll delete these 2 walls and join this together. So I'm trying to create this kind of elements in front. If you go to the 3D view, you can see what I'm trying to create. So I'm trying to create it for recess purposes so that I can have some shading for my windows, because this can help shade the windows properly and give it also a very good feel for contemporary design. I would also try something of that nature here, but basically it's just around this window. So I can do the same thing. I can select, hold Control down, copy this, copy, CO is copy, and I just want to click there. Move here, and I've not clicked anything. I just brought my mouse cursor to the edge of this wall and then place it here. And I can copy again by clicking this, click this edge, and then bring it to this edge. So instead of mirroring. So what I've done is I've tried to create some elements in front of my building that will give it that traditional feel, give it, something, a feeling of being gigantic, and at the same time create a shading over it. Now, the next thing I want to do is, okay, look at the functionality. Should I open up any of this space to make it useful for something? These other 2 spaces look, rather small, but this particular one, I might decide to split the wall. So this tool in splitting I want to show you. I'll go to the ground floor. That's where I want to split it. I'll click on this split element, and they are split with gap. So I'll select the split with gap. What split with gap does is, if you select it and you click, it's going to delete. Sorry. It's supposed to delete this element. I don't know why I didn't delete it. Let me try it again. So split with gap. Is there any place? Okay. I think this doesn't work. Okay. Sorry, it's still the same split element, not the split with gap. You need to check this one here, delete inner segment. So when you split and then you split again, it's going to delete the inner segment. So this is what I wanted to create. So maybe in the chapel, we can have this kind of recess for a statue or something of that sort. This too, we can just leave it this way. It doesn't matter except if we want to still break it this way. But for me, I can leave it this way. For me, this too also can be just, can just be left this way. So if I feel this depth is too much, I might try to reduce it a little bit so that the whole thing, now, this is a temporary dimension. I want to show you a trick. I just need the temporary dimension from the external of this wall to this, but I don't have it. I can click this particular one. Sorry, let me select this. I can click this particular one, click and drag it to this point until I have what I want. So even the fact that it's a temporary dimension, you can still click and drag it. Let's see if we can just make it like 2 feet, 600. So I'm just doing this. Whichever one, if we leave it at that level, it's still not bad. So I'm using the align tool. I'll click the destination. I will check multiple align here. I'll click on this, and then I'm going to just click. It's going to multiple align them. So I've done that for that shading for my windows on the first floor, which is on the front elevation, which is much more important to me. On this other section, I might do something else that does not involve it going up to the top of the view. And for these 2 particular sections, no need. This one's here, no need. At the back here, the eaves will cover it. Most of the windows on the first floor, this is just ground and first floor, the eaves will serve as the shading over them. So that works perfectly well. On the ground floor, on this elevation, we don't necessarily need to do much. This is just only one window here. The eaves will protect this one. And I might need to do something like that has to do with one or two shading here. Nothing really serious, probably, but that's only where I might need to also work on my elevation again. Outside, making the front look very traditional. So I've done this, and the next thing I want to do is also to think about the front. How am I want the front to come out? Because the walls in the front are looking very tiny compared to this. So I think it's also important I have something of that sort for the front, for the front also, yes. So let me think out of my mind. Whenever you are designing elevation, it's not wrong and it's not out of place also to seek inspirations from buildings that look like what you're going to get. So it just makes your thoughts much more crisp, and it enables you to appreciate what has been done and how you can better it. So I'm not asking you that you must copy hook, line, and sinker, but having these things play around with your thoughts while designing your elevation would give you an idea of or a feel of what you might be looking to achieve in the long run. So I'm going to just double this wall first of all. So I'm starting from the natural ground level, CS, select this wall, say CS, or better still just select this wall, CS, with the same height and all. Let me see if I can do this, maybe 500, something of that sort. I can just select this, 3, use the mirror tool, the draw mirror tool, try and get the center, this is it, I guess, and then mirror it this way. So it's eating a little bit into my elevation, nevertheless. So I have something like this that came out as the major front elevation, and then I do have this setting for my roof plan. So you can see I am getting there little by little with regards to my elevation formation. So I will go ahead now and start tinkering with the roof. Sorry, I set it to realistic. So I'll go ahead now and start tinkering with the roof, which is crying out to us to start working on. So it depends on how I've envisioned my building to be. During your design process, since things have not yet been sorted out, you should give yourself time and opportunities to either make mistakes, sort it out properly, and then give it another try. So let's start with the roof. I'm going to start first of all with the roof cornice and possibly any other place that I might need to slab in the roof. Maybe some beams, roof beams that I might need to cross one or two places. This is the best time to look through your elevation and see, okay, do I need any roof beam here? Do I need any roof beam here? Do I need stuff that would join this way? And create it as a base for your roof, because you would like that to be modeled properly. So yes, I do have some areas I will need to place beams. So let's go to the roof level and see if we can sort that out. So on the roof level, the first thing you want to do is to look down. So you go to your underlay, under range, put your first floor. So this is the first floor. Then I'll click on wall. Now there are two settings to wall. There is one that is height and depth. When you select depth, the wall will go deep into the next level, that is go down. So I'll select depth, and I'm just going to put the depth at, I'm imagining the beam now coming out, let's say at 300 mm, thereabouts. So I will need a beam between this point and this point. I can't take this, but I may not necessarily do this also because I need my roof coming this way. So I'll need a beam stopping here, and I will need a beam that runs from this point to somewhere all down here to carry the roof. So you see my roof is different from the, I might align this to here. So this beam goes this way, this one can't go straight. I will need, I'm thinking of this now, whether I should have, I definitely want to cover this balcony, so I would need a beam there. So I'm going to type WA, ensure its depth 300, and then I'm going, so this is like drawing beams. So when you want to use walls to draw beams, you have to set them the other way. For this section, the question now is if I want to join them all the way, at what level should I join them all the way? So I'm just working at my elevation yet, so I'm going to leave this at, let's say, 600. Have a beam between these two. Have a beam between these two. Have a beam between these two. I'm still making up my mind here. I can make this also, let's say, minus 600 also. Let me just leave it, have a beam between these two. So the elevation is coming out. I've sorted out my roof beams. If you go to the 3D, you can see what I have done by trying to, as I'm designing, and I'm also trying to, sort out how the feel of the final view of the building would look like. So this is very important. You see, you walk as though you were on site. So now the next thing we would like to do is to sort out, now we've created the beam, is to attach the roof cornice to it. And then from the roof cornice, we would now create our roof. So let's go and I'll show you how to do the roof cornice. You go to the level 3, and this is your roof level. Under architecture, you go to component. Under component, you click on model in place. This is one of the ways to do this. And under one of the model in place, what we are trying to create is there's a concrete fascia, but I don't think there is any element here for concrete fascia. So these are just the families we can choose from in terms of the family of what we want to create, because we are creating something that is not like that. It's not like normal metric elements that we have there. So I can't fit it anywhere specifically right now. So I'm just going to leave it as a casework. So there are many other ways to do this. So I'm going to just name this concrete fascia, but this is the most, popular way. Okay, so to start creating the concrete fascia, I'll go to create, click it, under forms, select sweep. There are two ways to form a sweep. You sketch part, or you pick part, then you sketch the profile. So I'll start with sketch part. I'll click on sketch part, and I will start from here and create a continuous line at the edge of my roof as I've envisioned it. Now, I may not want to do this. The reason being that this is already creating shade for the roof and giving me my architectural style. And I might also want to do some different design here. So I'm just going to run my roof straight along this line, keep it simple, and then end it up here. So this basically the simple edge I've created my part to. Before adding the profile, you can select this and drag it around. I'm clicking and dragging to the particular view you want to work from. So let's say I want to work from here. And then after doing this, I'll click Finish Sketch. I'll select the profile, or sometimes already selected. Under Sweep here, you click on Edit Profile. Now, before this comes out, you should know that you must have clicked Finish Sweep. So I'll click on Edit Profile. It will take me to an elevation. So when I create a profile here, it's going to run it along this line. I'll go to South Elevation, and I'm going to create the profile on top of my beam. Normally, you have a beam here, and the beam is going to link up to the profile one way or the other. So it's after the beam, we'll start formulating that. So I'm going to start from this top point and go ahead to draw what I have in mind. This is 100 mm. I'm going to go up here by, let's say, 150. Let me just keep mentioning what I'm doing. And then here, I'm going to go again with 100. And here, I'm going to go with 100. And then I'm going to go here with 400. And then I will have 50. I will have another 50. And I'll have another 150. So just try to create what in my mind I think would be the profile. Like I said, not most times the profile, the concrete profile always starts maybe attached with the beam. And in real life, sometimes they can curve this a little bit gently, depending, because the majority of the weight of these elements, I can draw a straight line here, and I can use the tangent tool to just from here, maybe take something like this. So in real life, majority of the weight of this element, I'll use the trim tool to trim it off, is on the beam. The roof is here. It's just the edge, the main tie beam that carries the roof will be on the beam. It's just the edge of the roof and the pole line that will extend to this point. But the main weight of the roof is always left on the beam. So I've done this. I'll click Finish Profile. Then if I go to 3D, I just want to explain to you how sweep works. So if you look carefully, we have a line. Then we have a profile on the line. If you click Finish, this profile will turn into a solid element around this whole line. That's how the roof works in very simple terms. So if I click Finish, you will see that it forms this profile exactly where I want the profile to be formed. So we can see that the profile has formed. It comes with no material, but it forms exactly the way you designed it to be around the element. And this is what I wanted. I can select this under material, click the category first, just click on it once. This small icon will come up beside it. Then you click on it. It's going to open the material toolbar, and you can select or pick any material you feel like it's for the element. So I'm just picking any material off just to show maybe concrete feel or something of that nature. And after that, I'll click Finish. It's reminding me to save. I'll save. Now, I'm just looking at my elevation, and the thought is coming to mind. I feel I need to bring this wall and these beams and everything here down a little bit so that they don't conflict so much with my roof. So that can be done. I can go to the ground floor since these walls are running all the way up. Either you hold down Control to select them. This is one option. These are the walls I'm selecting. They are not much, or you can use the drag button. So all I want to do now is to reduce them from the roof level, the top offset, by, let me say, 600. And click OK. I will just go to the south elevation to appreciate what I'm doing yet. So yes, this height is okay. Then I'll bring down these beams. Also, the base is minus 600, and I think this also is minus 600. I hope this works. Okay, no, it's not working that way. So the base offset minus 600. I have to just move this one. Click on Move. I would find out how to edit that. Select it, click on Constraint to leave it up, and click on this joint to allow you to move it around. So I just brought it down to this point. So small disadvantage here, it's showing that my window is slightly shaded. Nothing terrible. Nothing terrible at all. I think I had these windows at 750 height. For these 3 windows, I can decide to bring their head height to be 2:1 so that, I don't have them shaded so much. So this is okay. Construction wise too, it's going to help because the beam and everything will just be on the same line, and it's wonderful to look at. So this is what I've tried to bring out already elevation wise. My intention right now is, as you design, ideas come to you, is I would prefer to have this wall around here go up, to have this design much more pronounced as the entrance. And then these 2 spaces here, I'm going to use them to put down my drain pipe, my down pipe, when I roof the building. Those pipes, they just mess up the building one kind, starts in. And the way my design is, I have a lot of ducts in here that I can use. So if I put them here and I put 2 down pipe here, they will just bring out water from this side and the side of the building. Excellent. It serves all the purpose I need. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm quickly going to start the roofing of this building, but I think we're already approaching 1 hour. So I'm going to do that in the next video. So thanks for watching, and we'll catch you in the next video. Yes. Hello and welcome back. So we'll be continuing with our tutorial series, and here we go. So we'll continue with the roof. So to roof the building, I'm going to go to the south elevation. So in creating my roof, you notice that I've created my roof cornice first, and so the roof is not starting exactly on the roof point. So some people may decide at this point to draw another roof level. So I'll select this type CS and then just click here and click here, and then go to modify, click on align AL, select this as the destination point and click on this. So this is my actual roof level, and this here is the base of the wall, or just before the roof fascia, concrete roof fascia level is. So I have to rename these 2 levels. So here I can put this as the roof fascia, and here I can put this as the roof level. So to edit this, you just need to double click on the text area, double click this way and it changes. Double click beneath and it changes the dimensions too. So I can go to level 4 roof level, turn on my underlay, make sure nothing is selected, go to underlay, click just beside it and set it to roof fascia level, so it can give you the edge of the roof level. So I'll go to architecture, under build, click on roof. There is an arrow down. There are many ways to draw a roof, but we're going to start with the roof by footprint. I'm going to click on it. From our template, we have some 10 roof, 5 mm roof thickness, though I'm trying to gauge it as either a stone coated or aluminum roof. Click on it. And then on the overhang here, you might decide to do that, but I won't do it on the overhang. Because I'm not clicking on walls. I'm going to click on peak lines. There are different ways to draw a roof. I'm going to use this particular one, peak lines. I'm going to select an offset. The roofing sheet always covers the concrete fascia. Let's say 50 mm, 25 mm. So I'm just going to set an offset of 25 mm over these edges I'm picking. So I'm just going to scroll down, zoom in here, click on this. You can see that slight offset of the roof over that space. So if you use tab to select it, as long as it's a continuous line, it's going to select everything at the same time. But I'm just running this right away. So when I'm done, there is something I forgot to do. I forgot to set. So there's something I forgot to set, and that is the roof slope. So by default, it's 30 degrees under dimensions. You can see it here. You can still set it afterwards. If I needed to adjust any particular one or to turn any one off, like if I double click on this, just to go back to the edit mode, double clicking on floor, roof, ceiling, wall will take you to their edit mode. If I select each angle, there is a small, each line, there is a small detail about the angle there, as you can see it here. So you can adjust each angle, and there are a lot of settings, but for now, I'm just going to click Finish Sketch, and I'll go to the 3D view. And I've been able to roof my building, floor, wall, ceiling, floor walls to the roof. I didn't put in my ceiling there, but you can create a ceiling the same way you create your floor slab, and you can create it maybe on the ceiling level. Like, let's say for example on the first floor, I can go to the first floor and first floor ceiling under ceiling plans and click on ceiling sketch. Now by default, if you click on edit type, although there is some kind of ceiling there, by default there is an offset, height offset from the first floor you can give the ceiling. And there are two ways to place ceiling: automatic ceiling that can be placed in enclosed space, and ceiling sketch. So if I click on sketch ceiling, I can sketch the ceiling the same way I would a floor. So and I can do that on the internal spaces from the wall beam all the way through the space. So I'm just clicking the sketch through the internal spaces, through the internal walls, because if you're doing your ceiling will be on the internal walls, since we use the concrete fascia on the external. So I just did that, and I will set the offset here maybe 3150 based on what I want the offset to be from the ground floor. And this is the ceiling I just created at 3150. There is this little gap between it here and this, so I might use the align tool. I'm just checking this out if it's a vertical difference, which I think it is. So I'll use the align tool, select this base, and align both of them. So if I select the ceiling, now is something important to note. See, I'm trying to click on this ceiling right here. It's not clicking. You need to go to the edge of the ceiling and you need to allow it to show. So it's at 3.3. That's the offset of the ceiling. So I've created the ceiling, and you can see it's selected, so you can see it in light blue all over the first floor. I can still do that if I wanted in the ground floor also, in areas where I need it to be. So I need to put in some slabs here to cover up this section, and then I also need to raise the walls around here based on the design I want to create around this section for the roof. So I'll go ahead and do both of them. For now, I'm going to create a slab. So I'm creating a slab that is not necessarily on any floor. So it depends on me whether I want to work on the roof floor fascia or I want to work on the first floor. But I prefer to work on the roof fascia floor. So I'll go to the level 3. And then for these two slabs, this one here and this one here, those are the ones I want to create there. I click on architecture, click on floor. I think, okay. Sometimes you might click on floor to modify it, and things might not work out like this. You just need to come back to this modify, create floor boundary, click on it. I'll click on line. I'll use rectangle now to do that, because I just want to create a rectangular space here and another rectangular space here. After I've done that, you can set the height offset to maybe, if you already know, maybe let's say -600, because you are creating it on a level below. You can say don't attach for now. So this is the floor levels I created. Well, I might change my mind, and let me see if I click on it, double click on it. If I say finish, it will ask me to attach. I might say attach. Let me see what happens. I'll say detach target. So it gave me a lot of errors with some other walls, but there are some walls I wanted it to attach to, which it did. Like, you can see how clean it is now. For this other section, I would prefer these walls to come up a little bit. And like I said, I wanted to put some pipes here. I might also want to stop this roof eaves I created initially in between these 2 points. So let's start with that one first. So I'm going to double click on it to edit. It's going to take me to the edit mode immediately. And I'll double click on it again to take me to the sketch mode. And if I double click on it again, it's going to take me to the sketch path mode. So I don't really need to do anything, just double clicking and it works. So what I want to do is I'm stopping the concrete roof eave here. So I'm going to split the line. Click on split, make sure delete inner segment is on. I'll click one edge here, and then I'll click the other edge here, and then the inner edge is deleted. So this is what I have in mind for the elevation. I'll click finish, it stops here. And this is good. Then I'll draw a wall on this level up the way. So I'm going to go to the roof fascia level on this floor. WA is a shortcut for wall. Make sure the right wall is selected, and then I'm going to draw this. Sorry, I want to undo a minute because I didn't set the heights properly. So when the wall is selected, I'll make sure it's not depth that is turned on, but height. And I'll make sure that the offsets are at 0, and I won't just set the height at, let's say, 1.2 meters for now. So I'm going to draw these walls on this level. I've drawn the walls just to increase, give credence to the front elevation. So something of this sort is what I'm hoping to do. And we would have a slab here, and then we put 2 water collectors here, so the roof gutters come there. I didn't intend for, my intention is not for these walls to go this deep. Let me see if I can just bring it back. So I try as much as I can when possible to avoid walls and roof conflict, because in the long run, it's just going to be issues on sites. So I've tried to pull the walls back. This is just my design philosophy. I like designing without issues to build. So what I've just done now is I'll do this way. We have a slab here. We have water collector here going into this point, and any water that finds its way anywhere on this slab, you just put a drain to collect it into one of these places. So I'm just trying to reduce all the stress. I might edit this wall in such a way that it goes to this point, but that's all, not above the roof. So I think this is fair for me. And then this wall is 1.2. It's a good height. If you want to make it 1.5, fine. But for me, I think 1.2 is good. Let me just try 1.5. Seeming too tall. So I'm going to edit the wall. So go to right elevation, double click on it. And this is just what I want to do. So I've done that here. I can do this, just adjust the view a little bit. I use the shift and the center button in my cursor, that scroll button, to be able to maneuver the elevations. It's not a bad thing to work in 3D in Revit. In fact, the more comfortable you get in any modeling software, the more you are able to edit this in the software in any view you deem fit. So this is what I have planned out. The concrete fascia stops here, and then we would have a slab at the roof fascia level. So I'll click on the roof fascia level, and then I'll have a beam running across here with a slab. So architecture, go to floor architectural, height offset is 0. Make sure you always adjust your height offset. Select the floor type, maybe 150 mm, and then we can do this. So if you go underneath, you won't see any space through. Everything is covered, and so this is what I've been able to design. And for now, we can just go ahead and cut a 3D view to appreciate our work so far. So I'll go to the ground floor, natural ground level. Under this camera view, there are 2 ways to do it. You can click on view, and under view, click on this camera view down here, and you see camera. There is also a shortcut here on this icon, and the same thing, you can see the camera there. So I'll click on it just at an angle that will allow me cut. I'll click. I'm not clicking and dragging, just click once, move your mouse so that this triangle is within the building, and then cut the view. So I typed SD for shaded view of my building, and then with the shift button and the center part of my cursor, I'm just rotating the view to show you my building so far. Can turn on the shadow to appreciate it more, and then I can also crop the view as I deem fit. So this is how my building is beginning to look. I still have some additions to make with regards to the touches on the elevation. So I'll go ahead and make those ones, and then after that I will now carry on with the finishing of the elevation, site works, and the rest. So I want to add some finishing touches and copings and stuff like that around here to make it look more classical, give it a very unique classical feel. So let's begin. So we'll begin by going to architecture, click on the components, clicking on model in place, selecting caseworks as the case may be. I'll just save this as elevation cornices. So it depends. So we use sweep to do this. We'll click on solid sweep. We're on elevation. So once you click on sketch path, it's going to ask you to pick a plane. Click on OK. Once you take your mouse to the edge of a wall on the particular plane you want to work on, you are going to see a highlight around the edge of that wall. So not when it's a line, be careful, when it is showing at least 2 highlighted edges, not just one line. If it shows one line, it takes you to a plan. Once you click, then you can be able to start sketching. It turns into a line. So I'll just sketch my lines around here to this edge and down to this edge. So one continuous line for a sketch path. I'll click finish. I'll click on edit profile, and then I'll go to the natural ground floor to turn my profile. So basically I just want to draw something that will give me some kind of inspiration for the edges and the cornices, something that just makes it look very traditional. So I can leave this at, let's say, 200, and then just while drawing this cornice, I'm zoomed in. I can turn off this for it to be thin lines. You can have arcs. Let's say, for me personally, I would like to get the center line. So I'll use straight line. Once you come towards this midpoint, you're going to see this. And all I'm doing is just maybe having an arc here. You can use this tangent arc to continue something of this nature. Something of this sort. So it depends. This is not exactly what I have in mind, but anyway, let's go. I'll select this, click on mirror, click this, and have something of this nature. So the most important thing is that it's a continuous closed circle, and then I'll click finish. Under mode, I'll click finish. So let me use this opportunity to explain how sweep works again. You have a profile, you have a path, you sweep the profile against the path to create a model, and that's what we've just done. So with this, I'll go to south elevation, and I'll copy it around. So I'll select it, click on copy. I'll go to this edge, select an edge, and allows me to copy to this point. I also want it somewhere here, so I'll copy to this point, and it fits perfectly. And I also want it some around the middle, so it depends on me. I can have different ones, maybe slightly much more pronounced edge for the middle. So it depends on what I want to create in the middle aspect of the design. So, but for now, let me just leave this here. Now you notice it's not on the same plane, it's behind. You can correct this. You can correct this by selecting this and click on pick new plane, and it's going to just keep hovering against each plane. So if I click on the right plane, it's going to come to it, but it will require me to edit. So I'm just going to double click again, and then use the align tool to align this to the edges. Now it's not just the align tool, I can also use different tools to create this. So I still need to bring it down, select this line, click it and draw it down, select this line, click and draw it down. So this is what our model is beginning to look like. You can also select them all and apply materials to them by selecting all of them. Under material tab here by category, just click on it, and this small icon that comes out here, and you can decide to apply. I'll just apply the material, the same one I applied here. And so I've been able to create something of this sort, and this is how we can use to create the rest of the elevation fillers. I can decide to add a smaller sweep edge here, just a smaller size of this. So let's try, I'll show you how to do that. I can select this, copy, bring it down. This is a lazy way to do this, but anyways, just showing you. Copy, select, uncheck constraints, and bring this down to this point. So I'll edit, double click, and all I need is to sketch part. So I'll double click on that. I'll go to the appropriate level. I might even delete the whole sketch part because I just needed it for a very short space. So from here down to this point, that's all. I'll click finish. I'll click edit profile. So I'm still going through the same process, just that I copied something else. I'll delete, or okay, I want to use this. So I'm going to just mirror. I'll click on the mirror button, but without the copy, and click this. So you can actually mirror without copying, although the default is to mirror with copy. I'll select this. I'll click on rescale. I'm using some of the tools. Select this edge, and make it smaller. Let's say 100. And then I'll click this. I'll move this to this point, and possibly I'll just make this a straight line. Delete these two edges. So I'm just giving you ways to work off Revit that may not necessarily require you starting all over again. It's not always, how would I put it? May not always be functional, but you know, it works. So you don't necessarily need to start over all the time. I can copy this like I've done now, double click to edit, go to the roof fascia, where it is, and then I'll use the align key to align these edges. Use this line and then SketchUp. So what I'm doing is, you know, filling up my elevation with one or two elements that will make it stand out. I can also do the same thing here. I've been thinking about this, whether I should just roof this building in peace here without starting to, all this problem with water coming in and the rest. So I think I'm just going to do that. So for me to do that, I might decide to put another level here, or nevertheless, I'll just check. This is, I can check the height difference between here. So this is 1.2 meters from this roof facial level. So, which will give me, if I use my dimension line, let me just check the offset, 750 from the roof level. So I can come to this particular point, this roof level. Under architecture, click on roof by footprint, and I will set the base offset at 750 mm from the roof level, and then I'm going to go ahead and create the roof. Just before creating the roof, I want to be sure of this thickness of the eave. So I'm going to use a dimension line. I typed WF to go to wireframe mode. So I'm going to just check the thickness of this. I think it's not the roof I'll create first. So I'll close this up. I'm going to click on this first. So I'm using this. I'll just copy it to this point. Select, uncheck constraint, and copy it to this level. So all I need to do with this sketch I have on this roof level, I'll double click to, I just want to have a sketch of the sort. So I'll press tab to select this whole line and delete it. So now when you do something like this, like copying a casework and you put in new sketch path, you notice that sometimes it can flip. What I mean by flipping is that this profile will flip the wrong way. So you can select it, come to an elevation, and make sure copy is unchecked and flip it the right way. So you can just do that. All right. So see what I've tried to do here. I'm trying to create a higher roof. So I'm just going to roof that point. And so what it means is that these two walls at the edge here will get to be taller to a certain point. And then I will now have to roof this differently. So it's a little bit different from what I had envisioned in the like some minutes ago, but I decided to change my mind. So I'll click finish, then I'll select this roof, I'll type CS, and I'll offset it by offset from base offset 750 mm. And I'll use rectangle, and I remember I did offset of 25 mm from the edge. I'm just going to use a rectangle and just put it somewhere here. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a roof at a slightly higher level from the normal roof level. I don't need this angle here, so I'm going to select it and uncheck define slope. So this is going to be a flat angle, but I need this other 3 angle. So I'm going to just allow it. It's asking me to attach walls to the roof. I don't want to, so I'm just going to click don't attach. So what I've done is I have created 2 roofs, and you can see it. There are 2 different roofs. And one is higher, one is inside the other ones. We have some intersections, and there is a way to go about cutting these 2 roofs out. I might explore that option right away. So, but for now, what I want to do is I edited these 2 walls in the past. I'll select them. If you edited the wall before, you select the wall, you can reset profile, and the wall will go back to the way it was initially. So I'll select this and say reset profile, and then the wall will go back to the way it was initially. And then there is still this option of joining of roof, where you can select join, select this roof and select this roof, and it joins with a line here. So what this line does for you is that it can allow you to, cut out this roof based off the join point of where you can see this big roof. So let me give you an example. So you can select this roof under architecture, you can click on vertical opening, select a roof, and then it will allow you to sketch the part of the roof where you want to have the vertical opening. So if I am on the roof plan, for example, I'll use pick line and I sketch these two edges, which is where the opening I want to come from. And then the edge of these walls, I think is the edge of the walls. I'll pick these two edge of the walls, basically, and then I'll use the trim tool to trim it, and use this line to at this edge. Make sure I get the right edge. So once I do that, oh, there is an intersection somewhere. Fine. Once I do that and it's closed, it's going to cut out the old roof. So if I select this roof now, pay attention, it's already cut out. So this other roof you are seeing inside, all I need to do is to also select it, and then I can go to the roof level. Let me see if I go to site whether I'll see it. Fine. I'll go to site, and I can stop it exactly at this point, and then use trim to trim them. So I don't need these two angles, so I'll select them and make sure they are not checked. I'm going to delete this one here and then click finish. So I don't want to attach. So what I've done is I've created two roofs. I've cut out their points of intersection, and I've joined them neatly, so you can see that between the two roofs. So, and I think this looks much more easier for me to build and manage, and without any fear of rainwater into any slab or something of that nature. And it looks simple. We can use our materials to work out some things, and yeah, we're good to go. So I'm going to Control S, save this, and we can go ahead and then draw out some of our railings on the first floor. So let's begin. I'll go to the first floor. I have quite a few balconies. I've already used some railings in this project, but to draw railings, you can go to railings, click on sketch part, and then you select the type of railings based on what you have already in the template. So I have 900 mm pipe railings, and I'm just going to draw it. Your railings must be continuous lines, and you are free to edit it, set the height levels and offset. But for now, I'm going to just allow it this way. If I click finish, the railings will form. If you select the railings and you click section box in view, what this does is that it cuts everything into a section box that just shows you what you just created in 3D. So that's it, and in isometric. It's a wonderful stuff. So you can see what I just created, and if I increase this, you can see where exactly it is located. So this is a very good way to even do call out for details very, very quickly. So but we'll get there. So if I want to off the section box, under extent here, I'll come here and uncheck this, and voila, the whole building will just appear. So I'll continue with my railings, select this CS, and I have this railing around here. So click this. This is supposed to stop at the edge of this wall. Finish it up. I need to extend this wall. So if this is happening, that means something is preventing this wall from extending. It could be that the wall has joined some wall up there, so which is most probably the case. So it has joined this wall here. So I can select on join geometry. I'll select this wall, and I'll select this wall. Oh no, it's not working. So I can decide, let me just pull it out more than the wall level, and then I want to try something with align and see whether it's a fusing. I'll use a split tool. I'll type SL on my keyboard. I want to split this point, and I want to use the trim tool. When you have this kind of problem, now you have to improvise. I want to use the trim tool to trim it so that the wall comes out. So what happened is that it was one continuous wall. So it was finding it difficult to just attach the way it's doing now. So with this trim tool I did, you can see the wall is in the face and these two walls are stopping this way. So with that, my railing can stop exactly where it needs to stop. Select the railing, type CS on your computer, and then we'll do this and do this. Click finish. And then I'll continue doing that, CS, and do this. So with railings, there's, you can get, you sketch your railings for them to appear, and you place them, and then you can specify them. There are different types of railings in Revit. We have glass railings, we have steel railings. So this is just how to place railings. I've done that. All the bedrooms, the 5 bedrooms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms have balconies as per the brief there. And we can also use elements to split the walls. So there's so many things we can do in terms of making our elevation work very well for us. So as we prepare and apply materials towards the ending, we can still try out more things. So let's just take a very quick look at what we've been able to achieve so far. We've been able to create our floor plan from scratch, our first floor, our roof plan. Now, you see this roof level, you can't necessarily see the roof, right? Fine, there are 2 ways to do this. One way to do this is to apply a template, like the same template of the site to it, but I don't agree with that. We can also just set the view range extent. So under extent here, you see view range, click on edit. This cut plane and this top plane is what you need to work on. So you just raise this thing up. I can set this at 10 meters and I can set the cut plane at 9 meters. Something very high, higher than the highest point in your roof. If you do that, click on apply and OK, you can see your roof plan completely. We just did that very easily. I feel like touching up the elevation a little bit. I want to double click on this to edit. I'll double click on this. Okay, I don't want to edit again. I just want to delete this specific one. Click on finish. Around here, I want to try and model something that looks like the facade finish of a column. I'm just going to try and replicate something of that nature around there. So let's do that since I've changed my roofing around there. We can use sweep to do that. So I'll start with sweep, create something like a base here, a top here, and then we can use plaster finish for all these things, or concrete, sandcrete molding in the finishes. So let's give that a try. I'll go to the floor plan and I want the casing to be somewhere around here, this way. So I would start with architecture, model in place, and call this casework. It can be a column. I'll start with sweep because I like to use sweep most times. Although in some cases you might decide to use extrusion. Sketch part, click on it. I'm in the natural ground floor, so it doesn't ask me to pick a plane. So I just need something like this over here. I'll click finish, click on edit part and go to the south elevation. Now on the south elevation, you can see what the part, the section to where I can throw my column base. So I'm going to just make this, let's say 150 mm. A little bit tall, like 450. Now I can give a space of like 50 mm. I'll start the second box. Now it's left for you depending on what you feel like creating. I'm just going to try and see what I can create here. So I have 2 lines intersecting, that's why. I can use the trim button, click on it to trim it. I want to just uncheck this so that you can see what I've created as sort of the base of the column. Just clicking, okay, sorry, this is exactly where I need it to be. So after that, I'll click finish and click finish again. So I have something like this base up here. Maybe I didn't do this exactly the way I'll appreciate it. So I'm going to turn it the other way. Select it, click on rotate. Then I can click a starting point, type in 180 degrees, flip it. No, this is not what I was thinking. So possibly what I should have done is to reduce this thickness, maybe to somewhere here, so that it's not that deep. So this is like 50 mm. I think this is better. Okay. So we could do this and we could mirror it if we want. So select this. Let's say I want to mirror it to this top section. Select it, use the mirror DM axis, click on it. When you come to this edge, just try and make sure that you are selecting the midpoint. The midpoint normally appears, and something of this sort. Okay, it didn't copy yet, so we might have to do that again. I'm still designing. I'm imagining my design as I'm going. I'm not really feeling what I'm doing, so I might just want to, change it up a little bit to try and see if I can get exactly the feel I want from the column. So I think this looks a little bit better. And if I copy it up here to this point, sometimes I can decide to move it a little bit higher. So what I'm doing is I'm copying and then trying to, add moldings, and I'm using solid sweep to add the molding I feel like adding at this point. So So this basically is this working with sweeps and extrusion to be able to, create some kind of finish on the front column, give it a little bit of dexterity of some sort. So the use of sweep, extrusion, and void in this kind of cases can be very beneficial. So I want to use, I might still want to, create some elements here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll go to the ground floor. I can still use sweep because it's faster for me. Yes. Sorry, I accidentally clicked on extrusion. So I'll go to create, click on sweep, click on sketch path, and then repeat the same process I just had right away. And in this case, I'll go up there and then maybe, I'll prefer the south view. So it depends on the thickness I decide. It's just like a plaster thickness of 20 mm that I have. And it depends on whether I want to have some cuts in between or just, have a slightly thicker column there. So what I want to do here is with this, I want to just create some openings on this. I will use the void to do that, like the void extrusion. So let me show you how to do that. I'll go to create, go to void forms, click on void extrusion. Because I'm on an elevation, it's going to ask me to pick a plane. So I will go ahead and pick the plane I want. So I'll click on OK, and this is the plane. Like I taught you about planes, when you go to the edge or the face close to the edge of the plane, you should see a highlight that has more than 2 perpendicular lines or parallel lines. So about that. So once that is done, I'll click on pick lines, set my offset to minus, let's say 250. And then when I click this edge, you can see the offset at the end, but I want the offset inside. So once it's inside, I'll press the tab key or I can just click on it one after the other. So with this, I'll just trim to cut this off. With this, I'll click finish. So what this does is, as long as you are creating it on the same face as what you created in the same family, it will know what to cut. So this is a void, and you can see it just cuts through to create an opening for me. It's something like a plaster opening. I can copy this around. So I'll go to the ground floor, and this is it. So I might want to put it here. I might want to put maybe a slightly bigger one here. So I'll copy. Make sure you uncheck constrain, and then I'll place it somewhere on this face, and I'll also place it somewhere here. So you can also easily edit it by moving this to this edge. It creates the opening that you want. So if I go to the 3D, you can see what I've created. So it's like, you know, plaster finishes just to make my entrance very good. So once I've done this, you can select each of these components can have a different material finish as you choose it to be. You can select all of them also. And I can decide to duplicate this material, rename it, and then maybe just use it in the access. So in case I want to have a different material for it. So this is how we can do this, you know, just make it much more contemporary. And you can click on finish. So before I click on finish, I can decide to mirror this. So I can go to ground floor, select this as a whole. Now, when mirroring some of these elements, as we may find out, sometimes there might be some errors. Good. So, sorry, when I'm mirroring, I forgot to check the copy because I turned it off earlier in this project. Fine. So there might be some errors, and most of the errors might be that the cuts may not, the void pattern may not cut. So what you do, you can just select this cut geometry here, this icon here, click on it, select the cut pattern, select the element to recut those ones that did not cut. So you see we have this. I forgot to mirror this particular one. So I'll go down, select it on my ground floor. I can also use peak mirror axis because I know this is the center, and it's also going to mirror it. Just one more thing on my elevation for me to finish up. I feel I also need to maybe do something here too with regards to this kind of openings. So just to make it much more fanciful. So I'd go to the roof fascia level. I'd still do create or sweep. Just repeat the same process over and over again. So the main reason I'm repeating this is, you know, as you keep trying it and you keep watching me do it, you get the process ingrained more and more, and you don't need to worry about ever forgetting it. So the fact that it's being repeated over and over again, I think will help you get it right. So you click on edit. Now on your elevation, I'll click on this line to start drawing. Now you ask me, wait, it did not ask you for a plane. You know, I've drawn on the same plane in this elevation over and over again. So it just did not ask me for a plane. But if in this case where you really want to work in a plane, you can say show the plane so that you'll be sure of the plane you are working on. You can also go to 3D view and you can see what plane you are working on. So you can see possibly this is what I'm drawing on this particular line in this elevation. So once I draw it here, it's going to run through. So it's already on the right plane because I've done 1 or 2 jobs there before in this same project. So all I need is just some protrusions here and there. So the idea here is you can look for some good inspiration around where you can do or get some ideas of this. I need to trim, TR for trim. I would trim to make sure I don't have any lines. Okay, look at it. Those are the 2 lines that didn't meet. So this is what I have, and I'll click on create to create a void extrusion. Click on void extrusion to ask you to pick a plane. So I'm on the edge now, but it's just picking one line. So I'm going to use the tab key. I pressed it once and it's picking the whole face, and that is good. So I'll use rectangle. I might want something like this, or I might just want an opening in the middle here. So it depends on what I just feel like creating. But I'm sure by now you get the point, and that is good. I can select this tool. I'm using the mirror tool, the mirror item, when I create something on the left, just to mirror it to the right so that it looks balanced, as long as you know where the center of that element is. So if I want, I can create on this both sides too. If I select this material, this component here, you can see the material here. You can come here, click once in the middle, use Ctrl A to select everything. Type in Ctrl C, select this other material, just click here in the middle, click Ctrl A and then Ctrl V. Sorry. So I'm just going to select this Ctrl V. It's refusing to copy, but it's not between family and project. It's still the same family. Okay, let me see. I'll select this, click on this material icon, sorry. Click on this other one, not the one at the edge. It's already selected, so I'm just going to apply it. So I'll click finish, and then let's go to the 3D view. We can see how the elevation of the building is coming out with all the moldings we've been able to achieve on the elevation. One thing again I would like to introduce is wall review. This wall review in Revit is, let me see if I can share this with you. So you can see this kind of elements where we have wall reviews, you know, this recesses on the walls. So we can do that in Revit. There are several ways to do that, so let's explore that. So we'll go to wall under architecture, click on the down arrow and come to wall review. Now, once the reveal is active, if it is not on the wall, it's going to show the no sign. But once it's on the wall, you are going to see the reveal. Now, you click on edit type here before you place the reveal. You can decide to, let's say, duplicate to create another reveal. It's going to ask you maybe what size, what name. So let's say if I have a reveal for 30 mm, I can just name this reveal 30 mm. And then there are two settings here. One is the setback, one is the profile. And so we have some within the template I shared with us to use at the beginning of this tutorial series. So I'm just going to leave it at this 50 by 35 mm deep reveal. I don't have any issue with the setback. I'm leaving it at 0. At 0 is going to be half in, half out. So I'll click OK. Now, this is a trick I like to use for my reveal. I know I want to use the reveal on the outer walls. So I'm just going to click and place the reveal on an existing level, like on the walls, on the level I want to place them. And that's what I'm doing now. And because it's easier to place there, then when I'm done placing it exactly all where I want to place it, I'll just copy it up. So I'll go to 3D. Click on the 3D icon. You can also go to the 3D from this icon because Revit has a lot of tabs as you walk. I'll just go to this place. It's still active. Now, when you are placing a reveal and you get to a point where reveal is before, a dotted line shows. So just going to click this on this face. There is a lag between when you place the reveal and when the reveal finally shows up, but not a serious lag. So it depends on you. Just wait a second, you get it. So now I've placed the reveal all on this level where I want it. I can select this, sorry, I double clicked on the wall and trying to select the reveal. I can go back to my front elevation. Make sure I'm selecting the reveal like it shows now. I'll right click. I'll go to select all instances visible in view. So I've selected all the reveal that I think are in the project. I guess so. Or I can say select all the instances in entire projects. So I've selected all the review I just created. I want to array it from here to maybe the top where I want the review to end. So I'm just going to click on this array button. The shortcut is AR, so I'll double click on it and then do some settings here. So it's either you set to the last or you set to the second. So what this means is this: I'm setting it to the last. While arraying, I'll copy, click once here, move it to the last point where I want the review to be, maybe somewhere around here, and click OK. So what this does is that it's going to create any number of review I put here is what is going to create in between here and here. So I'm just going to put, let's say 12, and click enter. And so it's going to maybe load depending on how fast your system is. So you see we've created the reviews all around. So this is a very easy, quick way to create a wall review. If I go to the 3D, you can see what we've created. I can click these consistent colors, so you can see that. Now I have an issue. There is this particular review here on top, so that's not continuous. I can just select this on group. I've created the reviews already, so no need. And when you select one review, you can see some drag points at the edge that can allow you drag to another end point on the review. So you can use this to just extend those reviews. So this one did not extend. So I think because there are different walls there, I can just select this review, type CS, and create one at that point. So I've been able to create the wall review, and this is the way to create them on your views. So I can go ahead to work some more on this elevation by extending these items if I wish to, this particular sweep. I can also put window hoods using the sweep the same way I've done this, and make the elevation much more better. So this is looking good. But what I'm just going to do possibly maybe is to put a band around the middle of the wall. So that can be done. So let's give it a try. I'll go to the first floor. Maybe this band would enable me to possibly use 2 colors or something of that nature in between. I'll go to the first floor, and I would click on component model in place. I can select it as a casework this time. Click OK. And then I'll click on sweep, and then click on sketch path and go through this process again. I'm sure by now you would be very acquainted with creating the sweep tool in Revit, since we've used it quite a number of times, and it really works. So let me say I want to just do this in between. I don't want to run it all the way, but I want to stop it somewhere here. So this is a cantilever already, so I don't even feel it's very necessary running the protrusion around a cantilever, because the cantilever is already cantilevered. So it's easy to make a change there. So I can just drag this line, stop it somewhere here, and then click on OK. It's going to ask me that there is more than one loop. I think I've drawn more than one line somewhere. I'll look for it, select delete, click on finish, go to the south elevation. Either I go to the south elevation or Revit will still take me there, and click edit profile, and then we'll start sketching. So it's left for me to look for something small to sketch, like a band, something of that nature. Click finish, and then check out what I've done. So this is sort of like a band just to separate the colors. I can decide to copy this out and have something like that here if I switch place. So let's do that. I'll go to the first floor, select this. I can just decide to mirror it. Now I know it's not exactly on the wall. It doesn't matter. I can use the align tool, click on the destination, click on it, double click on it, and double click on the line again to get it into edit mode. Once it's in edit mode, you use your sketch tool to then burn this one. So once you create this element, by default, they come with no materials. So you have to apply materials to them. So they come without materials, so you have to apply materials to them. So if we select them under material here, by category, click there, it opens up this, so we can duplicate, create a new material, and then apply the material. Click finish. So this is what we have so far in our modeling, and we started from scratch to this point. So I feel this is okay for my elevation. It's the design, so I'm sharing the tools, I'm also designing, but we would leave it at this point. And in the next video, we will continue with planning our site environment and then start working on our presentation layout and packaging it on sheets so that we can present to the client. Hello and welcome to our Revit tutorial. It's full course in Revit. In this video, we'll be looking at furnishing our floor plans, site plans, and preparing this work for presentation. So if you have not been following, you can check out our past videos to see what we've been doing. We'll model this building from scratch, and let's get into it. So I'll double click here to go to my ground floor. Somebody was asking me recently that if coincidentally they deleted their view project browser, how would they get it back? If you did this, you can click on view, go to user interface, and then go through to project browser and check it. Once you check it, it appears again. The same thing for your properties if it is missing. So this is how to quickly resolve that. So let's continue. So what I want to do is to import furniture and then populate my floor plan to make it look much more presentable and functional. There are 2 or 3 ways to do this. First, you can access an already saved library on your system. Secondly, you could download from the internet or you create your own. So I'll go to architecture. Under architecture, click on component. Once you click on component, go to the last item here. You'll see load family. Click on it. Now I already have a saved library on my system, so I'm just going to access it. This is my Revit library, Odopita. It has a lot of components. I'm going to leave a link to this library if you like to download it and make a small support to the channel while doing that. That would be great. So I'm going to go to furniture, click on it. I want to furnish the living room, so I'm focused on chair and that kind of stuff. So sofas, and if I zoom more into it, you can see all the sorts of sofas I have. This is a 3-seater sofa. I can actually click and load in all the sofas I want to use for the project. This is a single seater sofa. This is an L-shaped sofa. So I can go around because this library is very encompassing. So you can see how many things we have within the library. So it's not a bad thing to have at all. So I can go into the library, select these different chairs I need, and click on open. Once I do that, it loads the library into Revit. So most of the components are in older versions, so it upgrades the model before importing it into Revit. Okay, so once that is done, I can go ahead to place my chairs. Under properties, if you click here, you can see all the components you have loaded, the sofas. You select them based on size, and then you can place them. So for me, let me just The shortcut for components is CM. If I type CM on my system, I can have some short form of it and then select what I want from there. So this is a corner sofa. Pressing spacebar will allow you to flip them. I can have a corner sofa here and maybe another corner sofa here. I can have a single seater. There is this website called Revit Import that sells very high quality components in Revit. So you might also want to check that out. So pressing the spacebar allows you to rotate, and if you keep your component close to an edge, pressing the spacebar can also allow you to rotate it at 45 degrees and 90 degrees respectively. So respectively. So I can just play around with this. So I've done this. I can look for a center table the same way. Click on component, click on load family. If you already have a place for that, under furniture, you can click on table. I have varying types of center table and coffee table, and I can just pick any one I want and then use it there. So I'm going to repeat this process over and over again for television, for every little component here. So another method of loading components into your file can be to know where you saved your Revit components. Like in this case, under my disk E, I have all my Revit components saved here. So I can come to this folder, search for what I want, and then just click and drag it into the Revit file. So let me leave this one here and then my Revit file on one side. So I can search here for, let's say, TV or screen. So once I find a TV screen or a TV set with the components I want, I can click on it, drag it, no cancel. Click and drag into the existing file I'm working on. It's going to load the file. I can ask it to override because I've done this before. It's going to load the file into this particular project, and then all I need to do is to go and place it maybe where I need it to be placed. So that's better. I can come here, let's say I'm trying to load dining, click on dining. It's going to load different dining sets. I'm going to look for the one I like, click and drag into this place. So why is always updating it is because the furniture I have are in an older version. So the same thing with kitchen cabinets. If I type on kitchen, it's going to load out everything I have on kitchen. I even have some cabinets here already that can be adjusted if I click and drag it into this place. So this is a very much more easier way to load components into an existing file. And it's something that we can do instead of going through the hassle. So if you divide your screen this way, you can easily get your components loaded into your file. It's updating because the difference in the Revit years is there. So I can just click and you see this fits this wall with all the components. If I have another wall, maybe somewhere here, maybe I can edit that later on. I can easily place that. It's not going to fit here. So this is another one here. I can click, drag, and So this is a quick way of loading components instead of going through the hassle of scrolling, searching, opening folders. This solves all those issues. So for the chapel, the same thing. I can go look for pews if I have pews there. Okay, so I have pews for the chapel. I'll just select it, click, drag, and then place it within the chapel. So, and then once I've done this, maybe I need 2 or 3 rows, one here, one here, maybe something of this sort. I think this is okay. I can select all of them, use the array button under modify. Let me make this bigger. Use the array button. This is it here. AR is the shortcut. Click on it. So what array does is that it creates a group that you can copy multiple times. There are 2 types of array, linear and radial. I'll leave it at linear, and It's either move to second or move to last. I'll move to second. So what it does is once I move it here, it's going to create this array and ask me to edit this number. So if I put 5, for example, it's going to have 5 arrays. I can make it 4. And then once you move one array, the rest sizes in between them adjust because it's like a group. So I've quickly done this for my chapel. If I need an altar, I also Google it and see if I have any components depicting an altar I don't have. So I can use a desk and then just place it there as an altar for this component. So this is actually how to apply components to your work. And I'm just giving you an easy way to do it. By placing the component, pressing space bar can rotate the components around. So this is for the wardrobe. If I select component, I already have some loaded beds. I downloaded these beds for free. They are very high quality beds from Revit import. So if you check their website, you can see these beds for free. So I can just click and place them there. The next thing is a desk or a table, something like this. I can select a component I've already imported. Type CS, Ctrl C to create similar, and then I can find ways to position my table around the room. I can have my table here. I can have this table here. So it's just left for everybody to choose and decide where and where they will place their components and make your room highly functional. The next thing is for wardrobes. So wardrobes, there are 2 ways to do this. You can actually just create some extrusion yourself to place wardrobe inside the room, or you can look for wardrobe from your library. But most times what I do is just to create an extrusion because I would like to be able to adjust the wardrobe very easily instead of to be tied to the sizes of the wardrobe editing it. But there is still an option. So most times I'll just go to component, click on model in place, select casework, and then use an extrusion. Set the height of the extrusion to, let's say, 2.4 or 3 meters, depending on how tall I want the wardrobe to be. And then I can just select this and maybe apply a material to it that gives it that wardrobe feel. So let's say look for a wood material and apply to it. So I wouldn't want to spend all the time in this tutorial applying materials or placing components. I think the message has been passed already, so we can go ahead to speed this up and go to the next step. Okay, so let's take, for example, I put in a component. I know it's a 3D component, but it's acting as if it's just lines. I can tell you how to solve this. You can select it, double click on that element and go into the edit phase. Under the edit phase, under the family mode, go to view, click on it, click on floor plans and go to the ground floor plan. You can see in this view, everything is in faded line apart from the external 4 lines you can see. So what happens here is that in the visibility graphics, most of these visibility settings turn them off for floor plan, as you can see here. So if you click on this visibility setting, select it, you can turn it on for plan. And if there are any other components you want to turn on for plan, or you can select it all, filter it out by lines and furniture, and then check their properties, or in this case, their visibility graphics. You can edit it and then check it, turn it on for plan from here. And then if you've done this, you load it back into the project, override the existing. So once you do that, you can see the tables are showing right now the way they are supposed to be. and then all your components are in 3D. So the same way we've been using to add furniture is the same way we're going to use to add toilet components and fittings. So I think that is very clear. I'll go ahead and add. For me, sometimes I might not always put the shower cubicle. If I have one that I can easily adjust, I can do that from components. But it also does not hurt to represent it with lines during your schematic design phase. When modeling or when doing the final models, you can decide to place the component. So even while modeling during your schematic design phase, you may not want to spend so much time just doing all the components if you don't want to. I'll select all instances visible in view. I think I dimensioned some spaces before. So as we can see, I've attached the furniture properly here. I'm doing that for the first floor plan, and then we'll move over to preparing our floor plans or site plans for presentation. Initially, I forgot to change the names in the first floor, so let me just be fast and do that. I think here I'll double click on this. This is the library. I'll type it quickly. There's something I'm noticing on my room tag. When I click my room tag, you notice that the room is a little bit far. This control point is far from it. Let me see if I can fix this. So I'm going to double click on my room tag to go to edit it. Now, while editing it, under view, I'm going to go to visibility and graphics, go to annotation category, and click show annotation category in this view. And then I think basically that's all. Click on apply, yes, and click on OK. So what happens is this is the center point of this element, but you see they are not at the center point because some other element is there. So I can select this, either delete it or it's already hidden, but and then select this text and then bring them to the center, somewhere around the center of this point, and load them back into the project. So if you have your room tag having that issue, you can see that my room tag is very close to the movement position, which is better off than what it was before, especially when it's in a tight space like a toilet or something. It becomes difficult to move around. So this is like a gym. There's an outdoor gym equipment. This bedroom. I'll just name this bedroom as a bedroom so that when I'm applying tags by room name, it's easier for me. So it doesn't mean you can't name it bedroom 1, bedroom 2, bedroom 3. You can still do that. And there are also other ways to get through that. So there's a toilet. There's a balcony. There's a toilet. There's a utility room. So you can store like battery there. There's a balcony. You can spell the whole thing. There's a balcony too. Toilet. So in order to make your graphics beautiful when annotating spaces, avoid conflict with walls. So your text should not be conflicting with walls or other elements. There should be hierarchy in the visuals within your space. So when designing, the most visual thing should be the wall, followed by the text, dimensions, and furniture. So you don't want to have conflicts there. So I've been able to annotate these spaces properly. The good thing about using room tags to annotate your space is that once you do it once, you don't need to do it again in any view at all. You just need to call up the room tags. The same thing with keynote tags. So the good thing about tags is once you do it once, that's all. There is no repetitive work with keynote tags and tags. So here's a clue a trick I can give you. If you have a bedroom already furnished on the ground floor, you can go there, select the components, as and just pick it up and paste it on the next floor. Some of them might come out, some of them might not, but nevertheless, I'm just going to try and see which ones carry up, and then from there I can just furnish the bedrooms. So I've selected it, Ctrl C to copy to clipboard. Then you go to the next floor, first floor here, you can click on the tab here, and then click on paste, come down to align to current view and click paste. And then it's going to paste those things we've copied down here. So I can now move my bed to the correct position, move all these things to where I want them to be. I think there is a cantilever happening at this point. And we'll have a bigger shower here. So I'm just going to adjust these lines, carry on with the same thing here. So these homes are slightly bigger than what we have on the ground floor. So this way to, if you have multiple floors, just copy furnishing from one floor to the other, and it saves time, it saves stress for the work. I think even on the ground floor I have a room like this, yeah. So I'm just going to copy all this. Copy to clipboard by clicking this item to first floor, paste, align to current view, and paste all these elements in this room here. So the quality of your models while making your presentation floor plan will greatly enable you to, have a good presentation floor plan. So whatever you can do to assist yourself in making your presentation plan come out very well, that you should do, so that so you can see I'm trying to get a 45-degree turn. So I'm just going to put it at the edge of elements, especially edge like this. This corner helps. So if you have a corner like that, then you can do that. CM is the shortcut for components, applying components. So once you type CM on your system, you can do that. And you can also search here. Like for now, I'm to search center table. So I'm just going to quickly search. So there is a search button here if you have loaded all the components to your Revit file, but there is no search button if you haven't loaded all those components to your Revit file. So I'm just editing this components. Like I said, I just prefer to create them myself. You can definitely use, if you don't use an extrusion, you can get the particular elements you want from there and then. So I finished placing the furniture around the room. We can see the beds and the rest. Now what I did is this. I chose the shaded view category. Now I like shaded view category because it's light on your screen, so you can walk easily on the ground floor and on the first floor. And also it allows you to have some, good reflection and lighting on components. So you can see this bed, you can see how nice it's looking. Although this bed is gotten from very quality Revit models. You can see this one also. So, and it's still light on the view itself. So that's what I prefer. Before we go into working on the site, we will I'll just give you some tips on how to create some good views for your floor plan. First of all is to use the override graphics in view to do that. So we can do that in two ways. You can select the wall. Right click, go to override graphics in view by category. This is one way. and then we can turn the wall to be the most prominent feature there. So under cut patterns, like we can see here, because the wall is cut, we have foreground and background material. We can adjust this field region. Maybe if you want it solid black, click on it, click apply, so that the wall will be the most pronounced elements there, and click OK. Now, when this is done, there's something, for me personally, I don't like in Revit, is that the grid lines keep interrupting the walls. So we might take them off, maybe take them off from the middle by selecting the grid, going to edit type, and then setting the center segment as none. So when you do that, now the edge segment, this is the length at 25 mm. If I click on apply, what happens is we don't have any center grids. So this, for me, allows the wall to be the most pronounced element in the design, instead of the grids to be, interjecting through the walls. And another thing we might also do to add to this might be to turn on shadows if you want. I also like to avoid any conflict of this sort. And for me, this looks good. So on the first score, this looks good. You can do override graphics in view for other elements, but my window is already brown, so as you can see. And then my components already have some kind of shading and the rest. So because I used shaded view, and it gives me this kind of view. So on the first glance, this is what I just want to have. If I have this, you can also do that on the first floor if you wish. But also there are other things you can do on the ground floor and copy to the first floor. So let me just repeat myself again using another method. So you can do the method I used as one method. Another method you could use is if you go to view and under visibility graphics, click on it, and then you scroll down under model categories. You scroll down to walls. So scroll down to walls, select it, go to cut under patterns, click on override, then you set it to solid fill. Sorry, I pressed cancel. And you set it to solid fill, click on OK, click on apply, click on OK. That didn't work. Sorry, let me be sure. Cut patterns, wall, solid fill, color should be black. Okay. Apply. Oh, sorry, I was working on Windows, so you can see that this was on Windows. So I'll go here, click on clear overrides, select walls, and then do it on walls. So and click on OK. So that's another method to use. I was accidentally working on the Windows, so it didn't change. So, but the grids have already changed already, and the good thing is you can see that nothing is affecting nothing. The walls are coming up. Although I still feel in a way my furniture components are really popping out of the design. If I left everything at hidden line, the furniture wouldn't pop out that much, and but the floor plan will. So it depends on the style I want to use for my floor plan. If I wanted everything to pop out this much, if I wanted it to just be pure black and white in the presentation style, we could do whichever one. You can also set your furniture to halftone and control the amount of, if what you want to see first and what you want to make as impactful as possible in the view. That's up to you. In making our presentation floor plans, we can use the color field legend under annotate. So you go to you click on annotate, you go to color field legend. It comes out with this color scheme. You click on it. It will ask you which kind of color scheme you want to choose. So we choose rooms, and under rooms there are various types, but let's choose by room name since we have that. So what this does is that it randomly assigns colors to the different room names. So for me, I don't enjoy using very bright colors on the plan, so I like to keep it simple. To do that, I will edit this color legend. I'll select it, click on edit scheme here, and then just click on in use here and click by room name and click by value, and it's going to just give you only the room name that is in use. Click on apply, and everything is going to just be based on these soft colors that are here, majority of them being white already. So I might just change a few stuff just based on the names here. It's left for me, maybe toilet. If I want the toilets to have a different color or a different feel, I can apply that. Let's see, something like light blue. Just that feel there. But I always keep the colors very light so that they are not fighting with the black color. So I try as much as I can to keep it very light, and then everywhere that needs to be white can just be white without necessarily having too many conflicting colors already. So this is how to make your color feel. If there are other colors you just want to add, like let's say the bedrooms also have bedroom 1, 2, 3, that's this 3. So I can have the same color over and over again within this 3 spaces. So I can just, for me to use this color, I can click on add, so the color is on that custom color. So once I click OK, as I go to the next bedroom, I just select it. As I go to the next bedroom, I just select it. So I know I'm using the same colors for the bedrooms. So this is a way to, make your presentation floor plan pop. This can easily be deleted. Even if you delete it, once you click on the color fill legend again, it appears by itself. So don't worry if, for example, you accidentally delete this. You can easily click it, place it back, and use it to adjust stuff. I just want to check something. If I can copy to clipboard, go to first floor, and paste from clipboard. Okay, so once I do that, I will have to edit this back to the schemes. Okay, I understand that. So necessarily, I don't think I need to do this because, okay, so I'll just do the same thing here. Adjust bedroom, give them 1 colors for the bedroom. Click OK. So the bedrooms all have 1 color. So this is how to set up our plans for presentation. I'm going to stop here. We're going to continue with working at our site plan, presentation, elevations, and the rest in the coming video. Thanks for watching. Catch you. Peace. Hello and welcome back. We'll continue into our full Revit course. Today we'll be looking at site plan. So if you go to massing and site here on the tab, and to create a property line, which is the first step in creating a site plan, is that you click on your property line, and there are 2 ways to go about this. If you want to learn this by entering distances and bearing, you can check out this video somewhere here, the link to this video. It covers how to create a site plan by this. So but we're going by creating a sketching. So I'll click on create sketching. Since we already have an outline of the site, what we can do is just to sketch, click and drag, and create a line on the outline of the site. So this creates a property boundary all through the project. So I've done this on the ground floor. If I go to the ground floor, you see the boundaries of the site. If I go to the first floor, you can see it. If I go to the roof level, you can see it. And if I go to the site layout, so whichever view you have, once you create your property boundary, you can see the site around it. The way Revit is designed, you can use contour surface to do your site, but the easiest one is to use floors, because Revit floors can also be sloped, they can be ramped, they can, you can attach some points there and pull them up and down. So I'm going to use basically floors to create my site plan. So the first one I want to create will be the driveways around the site. So I'll go to architecture, go to floor, and then select like floor architectural. It's good to create a different kind of floor for your site so that you can easily apply material. So I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and then I'm going to name this 150 mm let me put it interlocking tiles. So I'll know that this is for external interlocking tiles. I can leave it at 150 mm thick. I'll click on edit, adjust the material to something like a stone finish. So I can look for a stone finish for the material. And click OK. So what I've done is I've changed the material of a floor and I've created a new floor for my interlocking. And then I'll go ahead to use line to determine the floor. So basically what I just want here is a simple site where I have parking on one side and greenery on the other side. So I'm just going to draw this out very quickly. Normally when I draw my access road into the site, I try to just link it to an existing access road outside of the site. So if you are rendering, this might cause problem for you. Maybe you need different materials for the floor and stuff like that. But nevertheless, this is what I do most of the time. So I'll use the bevel edge to bevel these edges. Normally your access gate should be about 4 meters or 4.5 meters thereabout to allow a car driving very well. Then you can use this fillet arc. If you click on this tool to bevel edges and curves like this in Revit. And once you create a fillet, there is always a dimension here you can adjust. So it's left for you if you want to adjust it or not. So I've done this, and the most important thing in creating a floor is to make sure it's one continuous line and you don't have any intersection. And I'll click finish. So the next element I want to create will be the grass area around the plot. So I've used floors to create the walkway and also the green area around the site. So if I turn on textures, you can see the green area is green, and then the walkway has this concrete feel to it. So this is basically what I've created. Next thing I want to talk about is adding curbs to the edge of your floors. So to create curbs, we'll go to the level 1 to create the curbs. Floor curbs don't work without floors, so we need the floor curbs at the edge of these floors. So to create curbs, we'll go to Architecture. Under Floor, click this down arrow and click on Floor Slab Edge. It's asking me to save. I'll save later. And then on the floor slab edge, if you have created other slab edge, you'll see many other ones. But if you've not, based on the template we're using, you only see one. If you click on Edit Type, depending on the profile you have, you're going to pick one of them and then apply the edge. So this is what the floor slab edges I have, the profiles I have based on my template. I'll just give you an example of how they work. I'll select the smallest one here. There's a material for it. I'll click OK. I'll go to 3D view so you can see exactly what we are doing. Now, because we have two floors intersecting, if I place I need to select the edge of a floor to place the profile. Now, this is a very tiny profile, so you can see how tiny it is. So we can create our own profile and place around our floor slab edge. So let's go ahead and do that. You go to File, you go to New, you go to Family, you click on it. Depending if you're working on Imperial or Metrics. I'm working on Metrics, so I'll just click this to go back a little bit. Click on just English, and you see the metric folder. And then you scroll down to Metric Profile without anything, .rft, and open it. So you are just going to see two lines. You are supposed to draw the profile, and this profile will sweep around the edge of the floor to create your floor slab edge. So let's quickly do that. I'm going to use, under Create, use Line, and the line will help me. Straight line here. I'm just estimating the height of the curbs, let's say at 200 by, let's say, 40 or thereabout. So kerbs look something of this nature. So it depends on all the little details you might want to add on the kerbs. Some kerbs come with some recess. So now when you make your profile, just like when you're creating a floor, your profile must be continuous lines. So I'll use the split tool to split inside. Sorry, I will undo because my split to delete inner segment is turned on earlier. So I'll just split inside. I'll use the trim tool to trim these edges. The shortcut for trim is TR. And then I'll use the fillet tool. If I go to create, click on line, I'll see the fillet tool, the fillet arc tool. I can use it to create a fillet. So I'll click this, and something of this nature comes out. I can delete this. So this sort of the curve I've created, and I can save it for future project, or I can just click load and it loads into this project. It will load it as family 1 because I didn't give it any name. So if I go to the 3D view and I want to place kerbs here, all I need to go is to go to architecture, go to floor, select the floor slab. Now I need to create a duplicate. So I'll click on edit type, duplicate it. I can leave it at floor slab H2. Under my profile, you are going to see family 1. That's the new profile I just created. So I'm just going to select it, click on OK. Now, if I select the floor slab edge, and I'll select slab edge 2 and click this, you can see the new profile I just created on the top of the floor. But I don't need it on the top of the floor. I'd rather have it at the base of the floor. But that's not an issue. There are 2 ways to do this. You can do this here and then later move it down. So let's say I'm placing the slab edge and something happens and it stops. I can select it, click on add or remove segment, and then continue placing it. So now if I'm placing it on another surface and it's not exactly what I expect it to be, I can stop here, select it, type CS. CS is create similar. It's going to create me a new slab edge, and I can come here to start. Now, if I place the slab edge and it's exactly the way I need it to be, then I can leave it and continue. So let's say we have these 2 slab edge. There is an option for vertical profile where you can take it down. So because this is too high, because I placed it here. So I can take it down to, let's say, -75 thereabouts, if that's okay by me, on the vertical offset. And you can see this floor slab edge will go down -75. If you want to take it down more, let's say -100, -125, you can do that, and you can see you've created your kerbs for your floor slab edge. You can apply materials to it, and then you can also continue applying it around. So this is one way to create it. Another way to create it might be to just create it maybe around a particular floor, we go around the whole place. Like I can use the tab key to just place it around. Let me delete this for a second. So I can go to floor, click on floor slab edge. I can come here and just press tab key at the base edge of this and click on it. And it's going to create a floor slab all around the base edge of this. If I want to flip it, you can flip it left or right. Now, I've created a floor slab edge, although it's flipped inside the wall, but it's there. So you can see it around this edge here. So you can see it this way. So if I wanted to adjust it the same way, the vertical profile, if you wanted to raise it up a little bit, for example 50 mm, you can do that and it's going to go around. So this is far more easier, and you can still add and remove segments depending on where the floor slab is crossing. You can add or remove segments. So For now, I'm not doing anything of that sort. I'm just giving you ideas on how to place your floor slab edge for a site plan. When doing a site plan for presentation work, I think personally it's always better to, just leave the roof to show, just as Revit does it. The reason being that many clients will not understand when you just shade the edge of the building. But if you tell them the site, this is it from the top, this is the roof, it looks much more presentable. Something I want to point out here very quickly is that although this is in shaded view, my grass is not showing green. Now the reason is because of when I was applying material. So I'll use the tab key, sorry, like double clicking. Click on edit type, go to edit, just go to the material. So under graphics, in this new material I created, I didn't check this box, use render appearance. If you check it, click on OK. It's going to always be green. It's going to use the render appearance whenever it's in graphics mode. Whenever it's in consistent colors or shaded, it's going to give you that green materials. It won't wait for it until it's in textured mode like this. So it's going to always be green now. So that goes for any material you are working with in Revit. So this is how to create and apply floor caps. And don't forget, you can also apply materials to floor caps. And this makes your work more realistic. So you can create the profile, you can save it, and then you can have it applied at the edge of your floors. So to finish up my design for the site plan circulation, I just noticed I made a mistake here in positioning my site in the building. The good thing about this is I can select your property line, move it. I'm using the left button now just to shift it a little bit to centralize my design more to the left to have space to go to the back. I can use tab to delete the lines I used to trace my property line. Then I can select this, select all the floors I've made. I can use the move tool by clicking on move here to move my property line to the edge. So the only thing here that I need to adjust will be the opening of this green area. So I'll double click on it to take it to the sketch mode. Use tab while hovering over one of the lines. Press on tab. Okay, I don't need to press on tab now, but nevertheless, I'm going to just select this area of this line here together with the access line, and then click and drag until it fits the building. So apparently I will have to do that again because my floors overlap. I also have to do that for this floor. So I'll double click. It's important when editing to double click and not select the floor slab edge. Make sure you are selecting the floor itself and not the floor slab edge. So that's very important. And after that, I'll click finish. Now the good thing is if you do that properly, you don't need to create your floor slab edge again. So your floor slab edge will always be there when you move your floor, and that's what has happened. So I'm going to just add some sit out here and introduce walkways just for us to master how to edit this. So I'll use the tab to make sure I'm selecting the floor, click on it. I just want to use lines here, like a walkway. This like 1, 2, can leave it at 1, 7. So that 2 people can pass. I'll do this and use a circle at the center here. Let's say a 3-meter circle or 2 7-meter circle. So I'll use the split tool. Is it here to split this circle? I can turn on delete inner segment for this. And then I'll use the trim tool this here to trim this circle. I also split the inner segment of this line and this line. So I just want something like this as an opening. I can also use this fillet arc to have some curves here. I can leave this at 900. click on this two, click to have the curve, and then click here to make it 900. So let me explain how I do the fillet axe a little bit carefully. For you to have a fillet, you click this line. Now, if you go this way, it's not possible to have a fillet between these two. So you have to drag your mouse, move your mouse this way without clicking anything. I'm not clicking or dragging, just move my mouse this way and click. Once I click, this temporary dimension will appear. I will need to click on it and then maybe set it to the exact dimension I want. So that's how to create a fillet arc. I can select this, copy, maybe place another one somewhere here. So I have two of this. I need to split open this line. For me to do that, I'll click on split element. See my check delete inner segment is checked. I'll click here, making sure the right line is highlighted, and it's going to delete the inner segment. And once that is done, I can click finish. So I have this opening. I want to create a different floor finish here, like I've done in the past. So let's do that. I can edit an existing floor. So I can select this floor, click on edit type. No, I don't select this floor. So I'm just going to click on floor, click on edit type, duplicate, and then call this stone 150 mm stone. Click on OK. Now, you see I always duplicate the floor so I don't edit the existing floor. Then click on edit, change the materials to something else. So let me say marble. I'm just looking for a different finish. Then something I didn't do, click on edit, go back to the material. Under graphics, see this is checked, use render appearance for this. That's good. So I have a new floor. I'll click on pick lines since I have the boundaries of this floor, so I don't need to start drawing all these curves. And then I'll use this line to finish it up. Once this is done, I can use tab key to select these whole lines. Click on copy here, and then I'll move this floor to this end. So click finish. It depends if I want to set the change in level or something, but let's see what we have in the 3D. So this is what we have. These two are exactly on the same level, so maybe I'll prefer this one to be down a little bit at 0. Height from offset, set it as 0. And then I can also place my floor slab edge by selecting this. You can say create similar by typing CS or right clicking and doing that. And then depending on the edge I click on, everything changes. So if I click here, you see I'm placing it on this. This is to flip it horizontally this way. So add or remove. Now I'm clicking on the new one, not on the green. So because of that, I need to be consistent, rotate my view by pressing Shift and the center button, and then going through this. So the same thing here. Like I said earlier, if I just used tab, I'll be able to place all of it at once. And if I'm placing it and it stops, I can just select, click on add and remove, and then continue. So when I select this floor slab edge, notice these two selects because I created them at the same time. And I can use the vertical horizon and let's say vertical offset of the profile to bring it down. So I'm going to bring it down to -75 thereabouts, like I did the last one. So this is how to create, much more variety in form and shape for your site plan. And this is it. So the next thing I want to do will be to add vegetation. So to add vegetation is as easy as adding components. So if you have those vegetation downloaded already, it's just as easy as clicking and dragging. That's what I'm going to do. If you click on component and click on load family, so this is under my personal library, Revit library. I think I'll leave a link to it below this course. You can support the channel while downloading it. So under entourage, if you have a library, I can have trees, I have trees, and these trees are 3D trees. Now, the good thing about 3D trees, like they're imported, these trees are not that heavy, and They are low poly, but they are just good for presentation and for using Revit. So I can select it. Notice that I can still place these vegetations in 3D, and I can still scale them down, although I knew I had one I'd already scaled down, but nevertheless. So let me just show you, in case we have a big tree like this, how to scale it down. So I can select this vegetation, this particular one, click on Edit Family, and it's just a box. So if I select it here under Scale, even if it's in floor plan, let's say, go to the floor plan view so that you don't move it very far. Select this, click on Rescale, this is it here. You can select either graphical or numerical. I'll leave it at graphical. So for graphical, you click set a specific height and then just drag it down, and it's going to rescale to the size you want. Once you are done, you can load into the existing project you are working on, override the graphics in view. So this will just give me that kind of feel for 3D trees. So we can still use it for shrubs, and sorry, I double clicked on that. We can still use it for shrubs and have them around. Although in Revit, I would not advise that much, since most times we may not render in this software, so you can have more vegetations in the software you render in. But maybe just for your graphics on site, have some vegetations and give you that feel. It's not a bad thing at all to have, depending on how powerful your system is. We can also have parking here. So under Architecture, if you click on Components, I think most times this template comes with parking. If you search for parking components, you'll find some. So this is like the default ones that come with this template. This is 48x24 parking. You can see it here. Pressing the spacebar allows you to rotate it, and the highlighted floor tells you the level at which the parking will be placed. So if you just place it once, you can keep placing it. It has this kind snap tool that would allow you to place more than 1, 2, 3 parking. And this is the same way you are able to place other vegetation, parking, cars. If you have cars, like in my component load family under entourage, I can look for bus and vans and vehicles. And so I have some vehicles already as part of this folder, and it depends on me. If I have need for them, I can just place some lightweight ones there within the project. These are 3D Max vehicles that have been imported. Some of them are actually Revit files also. So this family can be used there. So pressing spacebar would allow you to do this and place components within your project. So this is how I'm setting up my site, maybe not entirely graphically, but setting up my site to be able to work. Now, one thing you should notice here is if you have a good library, you can do a lot in a very short time. So it's important to have a good library. So this is something I try to avoid in 3D Max components, because they come with all these lines and sometimes they can bug. So you can see the difference between these two cars. So when I import cars, sometimes I'm trying to get the ones that don't have that so much roughness to show that they were imported from another software. So most of these cars, they were imported from that software, and they come highly pixelated. So except I have something clean like this, I can use. So, and the reason I'm using this one is because they are just placeholders for your graphics. When you go to your rendering software, you can get the actual cars and then place them there. So, but for now, this is how we go about modeling and setting up our presentation plan. We'll now start working on the graphics for the presentation plan. So to begin our graphics, we place our view on sheet. So I'm going to go to the sheets. Under the sheets, I've created some sheets already. Double click on site plan to open the sheet for the site plan. And then I'll go to under floor plans, the site, click on it, click and then drag it into the view. And then click once to place it. Now, it's always good while thinking about graphics to know how you want to communicate your work. The next thing I'm going to do is to activate the view. There are two ways to activate the view. You can double click, or while the view is selected, you can click activate view. When you activate a view, the view becomes active within the sheet. So you can see the view and you can see the sheet grayed out. What I want to do is to place my view properly on sheet. So I'm going to set the scale. I'll come down here. There are two ways to do it. There's scale here as a shortcut down here, and there's also scale here. So if I click here and change the scale, let's say 1:200, you can see how small it gets. I can scroll up to custom and leave it as, let's say, scale 1:150, and see how this gets. Now, once I get the right scale or close to the right scale, I can right click and select deactivate view. This will enable me to click on the view and drag it and position it on the sheet where it's going to look okay for me. So for me, this is still a little bit long. So I'm going to just leave it at scale 1:200 while it's inside the sheet. This looks sizable. So I'm going to try and position this somewhere here. I'm positioning it on one side because as a presentation site plan, I might still want to put like an isometric view here and leave some information here. This always helps. So I've placed this on my sheet here. I'll double click to activate it. The next step I want to do is to crop the view, to crop out things I don't need in this view right now. I'll come down here under this icon. You see it here. It says crop view. Select it and then also click on this one, show crop region. It's going to show this crop region. You select it and then you click at the anchors and drag. It's going to crop out. Let's start from the views, elevation points that are in the sheet. Okay, in this case, this particular elevation is here, so it didn't crop it out. What I can do is to click and select over it. Make sure you select over the two icons. Right click, select hide in view. You can say elements or category, whichever one. So I'm just going to go category. So I've hidden those views up there, and then I can position this to just fit into my site properly, into my sheet properly. So this is the first step you want to do, and then you might want to delete or hide anything you don't need. Let's say the grid lines, I don't need it here. I can right click, say hide in view and categories. You can have a shortcut for this set in your keyboard shortcuts or options. After this, double clicking outside of the view, outside of the crop boundary of the view, will allow you to deactivate the view, and then let's say move it up a bit, move it to the corner, and then position it properly. The next thing I want to do is to place this title of the sheet properly here. To do that, make sure this is not selected, click on it and drag it to where you want to position it. So let's say here or here, that's okay. Once you do that, for you to reduce this length of this line that is this long, select the whole view. This will become active, then you can drag it down to this point. So we can see this rightly placed. Double clicking on the viewport, on the view you've placed here, will activate the view. In double clicking within it, and then you can still easily adjust this. If you decide to check this hide crop boundary, the hide crop boundary will go off. And so I've placed my work on sheet. There is this blue icon here showing the north arrow. It's always appearing on the survey plan. You can select it. You can select it. Let me see. Click, right click, and hide in view if you don't want to see it on your drawing. I don't know if when you print it prints out, but you can still hide it, let's say, for all intents and purposes. And so this is good. I might want to put a 3D view here. So I'll go to a 3D, my original 3D view, just a normal 3D view in this project. Let's say I want to have an isometric view. I'll click on the home key, sort of this. I'll go ahead to duplicate this view by right clicking on the 3D view, click on duplicate. I can duplicate with detailing, and I will just convert this into, I can right click to rename it, and let's say I can convert it into 3D site. Let me just say I want to use this as part of my view. Okay, I can't have the brackets there, so I'm going to delete this and just call this 3D site. So with this, I can do two things. I'll turn on the crop view like I did before and turn on the show crop edges. And the same way, I'm going to crop this view till I just have my site. Once it's this small, you can scroll in to make it bigger, or you can type ZF to zoom to fit. And then there is this icon here, the padlock icon with the 3D house, that allows you to lock a 3D view. So you can click on it and say save orientation and lock view. So what this does is it locks this view and you're unable to pan or move around. This view is just the view you want. And so once this is done, I can go back to my site and then I will click and drag this into the site. So as we can see, this is also a very big stuff. It's in scale 1:100. I can come under view scale, set it to scale 1:200, and the smaller, I need it smaller again. I can go to custom and let's say set it to scale 1:300 and see if it is okay this way. So I just need something small this way. I'll go again through what I just explained now. I'll select this. While it's selected, I can drag this line to this point and then click and drag this to a good point. I can also double click on this and click on this to hide crop view, and then right click to deactivate view or double click outside. So what I'm just doing here, some people might decide to do it in InDesign, in other softwares, but I'm just giving you like ideas on how to present your site plan in such a way that it's appreciable and in such a way that it feels like you're working in a 3D environment. And so in this section of this sheet, you can decide to use it for your site analysis. For now, the easiest way I can just ask you to do that is to use the annotate tool and then the text tool and the detail line tool. You can draw that on sheet. So if I use the detail line tool, let's say I select a thick line tool, or like for the edges, this is too thick. So let me say 0.6. I'll draw a rectangle for some details. I can draw a line here for, let's say, thick line, and then I can use maybe thinner 0.2 lines for the other text there. So I can select this and then copy this down, select, copy, make sure multiple is checked, something of this sort. I can select this line, CS, create similar, and then now it depends on how many details you want to put and how big the text is. You can also use the text here, the annotate text, to do this. You can do this on the sheet, you can do this on the drafting view. So this text is too big. I'll come here, select, let's say, text 4. So I can put a name or serial number and description, or name and description. So basically what I can do here is so we can say total area of site. Total area of site. You put in some details. You can copy this down, and then later on you change them. Total area of site, total buildable area, all those kind of information. Total green area. We can do like percentage built up area. So it depends on how much site analysis you want to do. So I'm just setting up this for presentation in a kind and nice way. So once this is done and you've been able to prepare your sheet as much as you can, but at least you can use this as a standard. I'm trying to just move this to one corner. I'll have to move this back up here. Okay. So once this is done, you're beginning to have an idea of how your sheet is going to look when presented. So whether you're doing this in Revit or you're doing this in another software, fine. If you have some annotation to make or legends to annotate, you can also do that and have some kind of box to explain it by the side. The most important thing in presentation drawing is that you win your client over with little stress. So once this is done, we can go ahead to set some graphics. Double click to activate this. Now to set your graphics in your site plan, the most important thing is the edge of the building roof. I've already done some things here. I'll just show you what I did. I used the line work here, clicked on it, this icon here, and I think selected line 9, and I used it to form these edges here. So I'll just select these edges here just to make sure my roof comes out as the most profound element within the site, because I'm showing my roof plan in this presentation drawing. I can decide to be showing my like the boundaries of the building. It doesn't matter. So I just took this option. So that's what I did for the roof plan. But mostly when you want to have graphic overrides in a view, you can easily select it and use the override graphics in view. So I'll select this, right click, say override graphics in view, override by category. So once you say by category, everything there changes. So this is the property line I'm trying to override. So if it's a projection line, you can override the pattern, the color, and the width. So that's good. So I just did something like, right click, override graphics in view by category. I'm going to set the pattern line to center line. I'm changing the color maybe to make it stand out to red. And I can change the weight to, let's say, 8. Let's see how it goes. When you apply, you can see the effect of your changes. If you think it's not going to show properly with regards to the scale and you want to improve it, fine. So I can leave it somewhere around 9 or 10 because I really want it to be bold enough. And you can easily change the intensity of the color and exactly what you are looking for. So with this, you can begin to adjust the graphics to what you need. Let me say, for example, this field region I have here, because I'm using a colored, I'm using for now shaded view. If I wanted to use the hidden line views to make this, I can still do that. But I think I prefer either consistent or shaded when doing this kind of things. So if you have already applied some kind of materials, it helps. Right click, override graphics in view by element. This is for a particular floor, so I cannot make it by category because I want this floor different. There are many things you can do here. We have transparency to soften it because I don't want the green to be competing so much with the building. I want it to be a little bit faded. I can also put some background, like, you know, just some items here at the back that'll make it feel like the foreground or the background. Now I'm certain that the background is not working. Let me check it in the foreground. I just want to put some feel to it that'll make it look like grass, you know, that kind of. Okay, so because it's in shaded mode, I can't apply some of these surface patterns. So if I was going to be able to do that, I need to turn off shaded mode. But if I'm not turning off shaded mode, then I need to do it maybe via the material or something else. So this is very important to point out. So if I come here and let's say, for example, change this to hidden line, or not hidden line, to, yes, to hidden line, sorry. We should be able to see the material I applied. So possibly, I think it was even showing under shaded mode. So it was actually showing on that shaded mode. It was just that it was too tiny for me to see it. So yes, this was correctly done to be under shaded mode. So if I come here and you can click this and go back to none by material, it's going to go back. What we can do here, you can also edit this maybe by scale, because this is 1.0 and it's not showing. So if I can do this maybe like 0.05 by scale. Sorry, let me check 10. Okay, I think the bigger the number, the bigger it gets. So although this is not what I want, this looks like concrete at all. I wanted something that looks like sand, or the feel of grass with sand around. So I might have to go down to maybe this plasterboard feel. This looks better. So if you do apply material and the scale is not working for you, you can come here and change the scale and see how it works. The same thing for the road networks. If you select this floor, let's say for example, I'm not selecting the floor now, I just clicked on the edge and I'm selecting the floor slab edge. I need to press tab to select the floor, so I'll keep changing till I get the right one. Override graphics in view by element, and let's say foreground, and I can scroll through this based on my template. So I have some I've downloaded, like this gravel pebblestone kind of feel. Click on apply. You can see the scale is making it look dark. So I can click edit this and then put 4. Click OK. Still looking very dark. Edit. I can make it like, let's say 20. Click OK. Click OK. So this is really large now. So basically, override graphics in view by element, and we can go ahead to try and sort this out. So this is how we can apply this. I don't know why it just went black immediately. Let me check. I think it's because of the texture and the scale of it, and I think it had some color. So I may rather just not do that. So I've tried to set up these graphics, and the next thing I want to do is just to turn on my shadow. Now, turning on your shadow can hang your system, so you need to be careful about that. If you don't really want to do it and you have a hard system, fine, but if you do it, it can give your view a very nice feel. So let's go and see how to do that. You just come on here under this icon, click on it once, and it's going to turn on the shadows for the view. Now, when it turns on the shadow for the view, see it took a while, you can come under this icon, the graphic display option, click on it to set the properties of the shadow. So let me start from the basic properties. You might want ambient shadows and may not want full shadows. So if I click on that, the main shadow will go and we'll just have some kind of ambient shadow. But the reform comes with ambient shadow and cast shadows, because that's where you get to see all the shadows that you want to see. And then the next thing here is under lighting. It controls the darkness of the shadow. So if I come here and I reduce it to 16, the intensity of the shadow reduces. So that's also a good thing. One disadvantage about shadows is when you use them, you may not be able to print as vector. I think you'll just be able to print as raster. So if you are trying to use this in InDesign or Illustrator where you need vectors, then you may not necessarily have to apply this. I just turned on the ambient light, because if you turn on ambient shadow, then if turning on ambient light also helps. So ambient light will brighten the scene if it's much, like it has done in this case, make the scene all the scene brighter. So it's left for you. It depends on what you want. You can have it a little bit here and there. So having smooth lines with anti-aliasing will smoothen the feel of your site, both in the shadows, everything. It gives it this smooth feel. But this also depends on the quality of your graphic card. So if you have a very good graphic card, it helps. If you don't, it's not better I turn it on. Now, the next thing I want to do is to set the shadows. You can set the shadows from adjusting your sun path. So this is done by clicking on the sun path and clicking on sun setting. When you click on sun setting, you can go ahead to set this relative to view, the altitude and the azimuth to reduce the flow of this. So that's relative to view. I'll try like 225 to, let's say, 15 and click apply. I'm trying to reduce the spread of the shadow. So okay, so you can see it moves this way. It's a little bit shorter, so it's left for us to, play around with this, play around with all this, and get the good feel we want for our view. And once that is done, I can click on OK. Now you notice as I play around with the sun, the ambient lighting also gets a little bit brighter. So if I wanted to change this just to remind you, you click on this icon, the graphic display options. When it opens up under lighting, you can reduce this. You can also reduce the depth of the lighting and the ambient light, and then click on apply. I want to see if depth queuing works on site plans. Okay, it's not active here. It's more active on elevations. You can go ahead to export this and see how the site is. My system is hanging, like you can see, so I'm going to just turn off the shadow. Mostly the shadow. Once you turn off the shadow, you can see the system acts well. So if you are using the shadow and you have used some really large components or model, it might affect your system's speed. So what you might want to do is to just turn on the shadow right before you are exporting your view, if that's the case. So this is how to set up your site for presentation. You can have some annotation. This is not just the best way. I'm just doing this for this tutorial. You can have some annotations here and there around the site if you also choose. If you don't want to have a 3D view attached to it this way, you can delete this, have some annotation, have some other information right here beside the site. So thanks for watching. We'll continue with setting out our presentation, floor plans, and elevations in the next class. Do leave a like, share, and subscribe.